Alrighty, hello everyone. Welcome to day 4. We're back to exploitation stuff with the PS4 kernel. Um, so I discovered something interesting, Teamstar. Let me just actually get rid of this because I don't need this anymore. Yeah, I discovered something kind of interesting. Um, so you know how we kept trying to trigger the double free and we weren't getting overlap, even though we thought we should have been?
I guess. So,
We were triggering a different type of corruption. So let me just bring it up here really quick. Um, just give me 1 sec to go to the BRB screen, and then I'll be back in like 1 second. I just need to grab something. Okay, sorry, we're back. Top 10 quickest streams of all time, for sure. All right, so if we look at Flow's POC, um, you can see like how he has in these two subroutines we trigger double free, death 6 input, route 6 input. And then in these 4
yeah.
subroutines we trigger right after free. We were sending ICMP packets. So we were actually triggering right after free, not double free. So
Wait, what?
yeah, we were sending ICMP packets. So we were triggering the right after free condition, not the double free. So it makes a lot more sense the behavior we were getting now because we were essentially wondering why when we wrote a packet, it smashed the next packet in line with like the data, but not the way we expected. It's because we had the order reversed because we were exploiting a right after free, not a double free. So just one of those fun rabbit holes of exploitation, I guess. The good thing with this though is this routine will still work. I think, like our strategy, we just have to reverse the order that we do things. If that makes sense. So let me just go to what we had. So what we were trying to do was we would send let me just try to see. So we sent useful packets and then tried to allocate spray packets in between, right? To try to get that overlap where we would smash the header of the useful packet, which we sent first. Um, so where we're dealing with a right after free, I think we'd want to reverse that so that we send the uh, spray packet and then we send the double or the useful packet. That way it ends up overwriting the useful packet when it gets allocated over top. Or we could just switch the path to use the double free instead.
Wait. What? I'm a little confused. First of all, can you send me that link? I already kind of lost it again.
Yeah, no worries, I got you.
And so I'm trying to recap what exactly right after free means in this case.
Sorry, just 1 second. Just gonna bring you up a little bit on you're a bit quiet apparently. Okay.
It's right after free.
Yeah, so I believe what's happening there is it's doing the M pull up routine, it's freeing the buffer, and then it's writing whatever data we send over top of a free piece of memory or a free M buff. So if you spray an M buff after that and the window is tight enough, you end up smashing the next packet in line, which is why we got that corruption where like the packets were always back to back that we corrupted.
Okay.
So that's kind of interesting in the way that I wonder which might be more juicy, I guess, to target, the right after free or the double free. Because in a way, I think the right after free might be more stable, but because double free, you could end up having the linked list corruption just cascade and blow everything up. Whereas with right after free, if you miss, it might not be catastrophic, right? So I don't know. I'm just kind of like trying to think if we want to keep the right after free path or if we want to switch to a double free path, I guess.
This is a good question, actually. So which one does Slayer's Govey do? He does definitely the double free?
Yeah, he sends the Route 6 input. And you were if you remember, we were wondering why he sends the routing header packets. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
He triggers the Route 6 input path. We're currently triggering the ICMP6 redirect path.
Have you actually fixed the WebKit ROP stuff you want to look into?
I did manage to get it fixed last night. Hopefully that holds up. You never know with WebKit if it'll actually stay fixed, but hopefully it will. If not, I can try to play with it a bit to go back to like an older working version and retrofit it. But hopefully everything should be fine on that front. I will just say with chat, do try to keep it English, guys. Because we're an English stream, so. Huawei Kieran has no backdoors. It is just junk, but no backdoors. Talking about phones and backdoors. It's funny. There was somebody in the reverse engineering Discord who was bringing up something about Intel ME and backdoors, and I hadn't really. I've never really cared that much about Intel ME and looked into it much, but apparently, there was like a post by the Free Software Foundation about it. Have you ever heard anything about that, Teamstar? About like Intel ME and backdoor shenanigans, or?
I don't know, but I'm not really sure what Intel ME is in first place.
It's Intel Management Engine. I can't remember exactly what it's like responsible
Oh wait,
for.
didn't they leak a bunch of source code recently?
I'm not sure. Z might remember. I don't know.
I think there was a bunch of Intel, like something like that, leaked recently.
Yeah, I can't remember. Where's the beep counter? It's hidden until we get a beep. It goes off when we trigger it. Yeah, the flow. So yeah, there was some people actually talking to me about this. I don't know if you saw Teamstar, but Flow tweeted about our streams, saying we're making great progress. Yeah. There were some people that thought he was like slighting us or something by saying it took me 3 weeks and like saying that it's taking us longer or something. And the one thing I'll clarify in stream, but I also clarified it in Discord where I saw that is like he probably means 3 weeks of like grinding exploit dev of like putting in like hours per day, whereas we're doing like a stream every like once every week for a couple of hours. So it's definitely not a slight. Like exploitation really is just a grind.
I think he just trying to say that it also took him a lot of time, and like given our circumstances, we're like really good progressing. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, I also replied to that tweet because I think like our biggest issue is just the like hostile dev environment. Like if we could just like test, reboot, test again, and that's it, that would be so much faster. But we're dealing with so much shit in between.
Yeah.
Apart from like streaming and like occasionally, I don't know, focusing on chat. But like I think the dev environment is like the biggest issue. Like if the ROP chains for WebKit break and we can't even test our ideas, it slows down a lot.
Yeah, and we even had that problem where the debug logging we were sending over socket was interfering with the exploit. If Flats didn't send us that trick of being able to print it over UART, I think we would have been screwed. So
yeah, that
thank
would
you,
have
Flats.
been a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, so back to the exploit. I think I don't know. For me personally, I kind of feel like double freeze is a good way to go. Because so I'm currently looking at the Slayer's Govey's exploit. Um, And I think I figured out like one thing that has been bugging me, which is
Actually, I already have it
that
open
he
here.
yeah. Oh, do you have the annotated version?
I do, yeah. I
Like
still have
when
your
when
annotated
it
version.
like I think line 359 or something.
Okay. The nano sleep.
Yeah, the nanosleep. So basically, he sends the second delayed packet, then does a nanosleep of 1 second, I think, and then he frees both both allocations. But I think what might be happening is that he's trying to raise them. So actually, what he's trying to do is to free at least one of them and like receive the second packet in between. Because
Hmm.
everything else just doesn't make sense. So even though he sends it before, it potentially gets received like after one of these is freed.
So one thing I will bring up about his POC that somebody in our Day Zero Discord posted. It's from some like Russian social media site that he posts on apparently. Um, so I don't know if this is like actually him. It could be like a fake post, but it seems like kind of a silly thing to fake. Basically, he said that he had to exhaust all of the memory on WebKit in order to get it to work, or actually all the memory on the system, and that's why he hasn't been able to weaponize it. Is he hasn't been able to do that from WebKit context. So I thought that was really odd because when you're talking about like the way the allocator works in the kernel, you shouldn't have to exhaust all the memory to exploit a double free. It should be really close together actually.
Do you
So
have a link for that?
um, let me see if I can find the. So there's an image of it, but it's in Russian. So I gotta get the
That's fine, I
translation
can
for you.
read Russian.
You can read Russian? Oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well here's the text version. Now, can you read Russian or can Google read Russian?
No, I can actually read Russian.
Oh wow, okay, that's cool.
Want me to read it on stream? Oh, I'm really bad at Russian though.
Yeah, I mean you could read it on stream.
Alright, let me try. Сколько я понимаю, чтобы дальше продолжать браузер, или кто-то еще должен израсходовать почти всю память консоли. Не факт, что у него есть вообще такие права. Насчет этой недели сомневаюсь. Мира для 7.02 вообще не сентябре запилили. Well, yeah, it says basically, as far as he understands, to continue browser. Oh, to continue, the browser needs to exhaust almost all memory, and he isn't sure if it has enough permission. And then he talks about some Mira stuff, but like I don't know. I don't see why he would need to to exhaust all the memory.
yeah, that doesn't really make sense to me either. Um, I was just chuckling because Z said so much for being an English only stream. There we go. We've broken our own rules. We have to ban ourselves, I guess. Um, but yeah, that's I don't know if that's like some strange scenario of how he uses double free, but yeah, it was really strange. Um, but yeah, we can try going the double free route to see if we can trigger our strategy. Um,
Yeah, what I want to try is to replace the right after free with the double free, just to see how it behaves. And then I mean, I still think our original strategy is valid. Another thing that I did notice is that he kind of so since he uses multiple sockets, he kind of has two sockets with a packet which are pending and overlaps, and then he kind of reallocates. And I think what might be happening is that um, it gets back to two sockets, which I don't quite understand. Like in line 364 and 365, he receives the only packet stalled in socket bed 1 and bed 2, but then like with the second delayed packet which should arrive at bed 1 port, he receives that in line 376.
Yeah.
But for some reason he can also receive it in socket bed 2 in line 420, which like he doesn't really send a second one there. So I'm kind of curious where the second packet to bed 2 is coming from.
So he pops. This is the user land one that he crafts, so this doesn't actually get sent to the socket. This doesn't send anything, this is just sock options. Yeah, I'm not sure where that packet would be coming from either, looking back on it.
Oh, maybe it is the second one.
So first, I do need to get the definition for the IP proto. Is it IP proto routing? That's what it is. So we'll get that definition and stick it in here wherever I have all my definitions. So here. Oh, I do have it already, actually. Okay, I didn't think I did. Okay, so I can set the routing packet in the PV6. So I can change this to routing. So that should give us our UAF packet, I'm pretty sure. Packet 1 and packet 2. And then we will uncomment the trigger and we can see what happens. All right.
So what are we actually trying to test right now?
So we're basically doing what you were saying earlier. You were saying you wanted to see what would happen if we switched out our right after free for the double free with the same strategy. So I just switched out the packet type so that we can do that.
So the comment section likes when I speak Russian, so maybe we should turn the stream Russian.
So you open some self-hosted WebKit, and that gives you RCE because of the way PS4 handles websites. It's more just that the browser in the PS4 uses WebKit, so if you can direct it to a link you control, you can just pop the browser through JavaScript if you have a WebKit. And
yeah, pretty much if you're running WebKit, it's a free RCE. At least if you ask QWERTY.
Pretty special, though. I mean, we can't all be, gods walking
indeed.
among people.
Indeed. I remember when we were at CCC and he had like a CTF challenge where he had to pop a browser, and like after a day or two he gave up and just OD'd that shit.
Yeah, I remember that. Wasn't that last year's CCC where he like 0-dayed the challenge?
It was a year where they beat Paston in the CTF. I don't remember which one it was.
Yeah, I think that was end of 2019. Yeah.
Might be.
Okay, so let's check our dumps here. So we have okay, yeah, I forgot. I did put in a bunch of these dumps. Dumping or
I don't remember where we even left off.
we re-implemented the strategy, but we are getting like weird behavior, but we are getting so late into the night that we kind of called it there. So that's why I had the packet dumping functionality. But yeah, what we thought we were doing, at least at the time, was triggering the double free and then trying to spray the large packets that had the mbuff chains, and then tried to hit the mbuff header to try to trigger a panic or something, or try to trigger like some form of overlap.
All right. So from my understanding, we want to trigger the double free, spray tagged packets, receive the tagged packets to figure out when we hit an overlap. And once we detect an overlap, we spray. What do we want to spray now? Do we want to spray like debug packets, or do we want to go right ahead and spray useful data?
I think for now, debug packets. I'm just cleaning up the output a little bit because I wanted to try to run it again without the dump packets, but the kernel panicked, so I'm just gonna tidy it up myself here. We are gonna get a beep in a minute here once I get this cleaned up a little bit. That goes down to there.
All right, so now we're gonna back to debug spraying. But I think there are some overlaps, aren't they?
Yeah, there's definitely overlaps in here.
Oh, what would be interesting to know is whether how many we have. If it's like still 2, or like maybe it's just back to 1.
So
right,
let me just
17761.
Oh,
that looks good though.
Sorry, I did switch off it. I did just want to check exactly what overlap we were trying to trigger. So let's see here. We were spraying a bunch of the tagged packets, and then we sent the fragmented packets that we were trying to smash with what did we set up in UDP data? Did we put a tag in there as well? I'm just trying to remember if we did or not. Okay, maybe we didn't.
Yo, it doesn't Visual Studio Code allow you to do collaborative coding?
That's a good question. There might be a plugin for it. I don't know if it supports it out of the box, but that is actually a very good question.
That would be a cool thing, actually.
Visual Studio Live Share.
Yeah, because I feel like that's a thing.
Okay, so how does this work? Because, yeah, I wouldn't mind setting that up. And that was back in 2017, so it should be... Okay.
Oh, do I need an account? I probably account.
Yeah, we might have to use... So you need the live share extension.
Probably set up an...
What's that, sir? You cut out for me.
I will set up an account.
Okay. Just quickly before I forget, though, mainly what I'm trying to figure out is this 6.1 packet. I know we had a reason.
That comes from.
Yeah, I know we had a reason to set that up. I'm just trying to find where we actually send that.
And maybe inside the split packet. Oh shit, you can log into Microsoft using GitHub?
Yeah. Because Microsoft bought GitHub. So they have like full integration.
I'm not sure I want to do that, but I feel like it's the easiest thing to do.
Yeah. This is...
Is there a difference between Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code?
Visual Studio is the full like IDE with all the debugging tools, and it's very bloated. Visual Studio Code is for the most part just a text editor. It does have like a light debugging like toolkit and stuff, but it's way less bloated than Visual Studio. Yeah, I can't find where these 6 ones are coming from because I can't find any reference to.
Oh,
Is it? Oh, there they are.
might be lowercase a's.
That's what I was
Oh, there
thinking,
they
but
are.
no, yeah, I found them.
Fragmented packet.
So this was when I was doing the pre-spray. So what was I trying to do here?
Install the extension. Okay. Live share extension pack. Install.
You had 6.1 because you wanted to change from 4.1. I mean, that's
Yeah,
true.
wow.
But what I'm trying to figure out is, did I want the 6.1s overlapped or the 4.1s? I think I was aiming for the 6.1s to overlap, which, if that's the case, is awesome because that's what happened. I'm just trying to.
Oh yeah, I can sign up with GitHub. Let's do that. Rise. Interesting. I sent you a Discord link for the plugin.
All right, awesome. Okay, so let's try it out. Let's give it a shot.
I feel like this thing will blow up if we try on stream.
The demo gods do not shine on thee. Okay. I will move it off the monitor just for a sec, just in case it. I don't know what it will do, but we'll find out. Oh, okay. It just does it through the browser. That's like really.
Apparently, you can give me a link or something.
Um. You can now start audio calls. Okay, I don't want to start audio calls. Yeah, so I can give you an invite link.
Let's see how that goes.
Testing in production has never failed anyone before, so I think it should work fine here. I think. You need to create a collab. Send the link to. Yeah, okay. Why the Arabic comments deleted? We would like to keep the chat in English. I know Team started speak some Russian, but yeah, we want to keep the chat English if possible. Beeps only.
I mean, I think I can see your file, userland.js. I think it works.
Yeah, I see your cursor actually. So let's show people. Teamstar is right there. If you ever wondered where he is, he's yeah, that's in there. That's pretty neat. It was a good show.
We should have done that before. That's cool.
Probably. Although I am like I have never used collaborative features before, so I was a little bit scared to try it, but hey, I mean it seems like it functions like Google Docs in a way, so that's really nice. It's smooth. Yeah, I am gonna be increasing the counter in a second here because I have to reboot the system. That way, it's ready for our next barrage of tests.
Oh shit! I think I can access your counter.
Oh, can you?
I think it's like 32 right now, isn't it?
Yeah. So you can access.
Yeah, let me click next time. I won't click right now.
Okay. Man, that would be pretty crazy. So I guess if you have VS Code terminals open and you like collaboratively share with someone, they can type commands in your terminal. I guess that's an interesting feature. You would think that would be something that would like allow you to configure, but
probably it was just weird default settings. Anyways,
terminal is read only. Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, is it? All right, not gonna click anyways.
We'll give it a try later on. We'll do some MythBusters testing.
Okay, so Yeah, where we are at.
So we got corruption at I0 that pointed to 7, and then at 7 we got the 6 ones overlapped.
7 and the 7. So this is perfect.
I think
What
this is
does
what we wanted. Yeah.
I think so. And then we send another packet at 7. So by receiving the packet 7, yeah, where are we actually doing that?
So here's where we're receiving the packets at 853 to 868.
Send fragment packet. If it's not that, send that.
Yeah, so if it doesn't equal the tag and if we have corruption, we send the UDP packet, the fragmented UDP packet.
I think, judging by looking at the log, this is exactly what we want.
I'm thinking that too. I'm thinking this is what we were aiming to do and we couldn't do on the end of the last stream, and it was a bit frustrating, but I think this is what we were aiming to do. I kind of want to look at the VOD for the old stream just to confirm that, but I don't know if I need to do that. I'm pretty sure this is what we wanted.
Can you open up the log again?
Yeah, I will get that up. Actually, I wonder if I can share this with you too, because that would be really convenient.
I mean, I think if you copy that instead of Sublime to VS Code, you could.
Well, what I was thinking was PowerShell can read off a COM port, I would think. So I should be able to open a terminal and you can get like a live thing.
Oh.
I
see you have two consoles, like a Python and WSL.
Yeah, this is for the web server that's hosting the exploit. And then this is for the beep counter.
Yeah, so I think if you create another one, I can see you may be able to see that. Oh yeah, there it is. That's how that works. Okay, I can see your shell.
Yeah.
Oh, let me try to type.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, it doesn't do shit.
Oh, it doesn't
Cannot
work.
edit a read-only terminal. Okay, that's good to know.
Okay, I'm gonna attempt. Oh boy. Okay, that did not work. Let's just get this over here for a second. What is this saying? That's interesting. Okay, let me just give this a shot. So port equals new object system.io.ports.serial port com3. We want 115.200 for the baud rate. None 81. Is that what I wanted? Okay, I'm not sure. Port.open.
How do I close the terminal? Oh fuck, I think I fucked up. No, wait. I don't know what I'm doing. Close panel.
It's access is denied.
Exit. Wait, access denied? Is it because it's already open in putty?
Maybe.
Yeah, you cannot open it twice.
It might just be that you need. Okay, yeah, that was it. I thought it was that you couldn't open the COM ports.
No, you can't open it twice.
Okay, let me just see what happens here if it does anything. Okay, it does read lines. Now I just need to figure out how to do a continuous read. Or like a listen on it. Oh god, you gotta define a while loop. This is so annoying. You really have to do that? 1 second, I'm just gonna see if I can do this a better way. Come on, PowerShell.
Can you do read instead of read line? Oh, while I can give you a while loop for bash.
I could switch over to WSL, yeah. I think that should be able to read from the COM ports too.
Oh, then you can just cut it.
Um, yeah, let me just see actually. Which one would be COM3?
Well, I think the shell is kind of broke because I don't see it anymore.
You can't see the
Shit.
WSL shell?
No, I mean I could see the shell before, but it's not updating.
Okay, what
Why?
about now? That's interesting that
No,
WSL breaks it.
no, I think I did something on my end which may have fucked it up. I don't know to reset it. Clear. Settings.
There's one other thing I can try quickly, actually. I just like straight copy and pasted a script for reading from serial for Python. Okay, let's give this a go. Torian103, thank you for the sub.
Oh, I was looking at the
Welcome in
wrong
with the Twitch
shell.
Prime.
Fuck.
Oh, were you? Okay.
Maybe, yeah, I think so.
I'm gonna try this really quickly. See if I can do. Oh, no module. Pip install serial. Let's try that. Huron3 coming in with the Twitch Prime. Welcome in, dude. Thanks for the sub. Oh, it's still saying serial has. Ah, oh, god damn it. Okay. Thought I had the right thing going on here.
Serial. Wait, which Python are you using though?
I believe this is Python 3. I'm just
Try like explicitly stating Python 3
I did do that as well. Maybe I had the wrong
and
one
then
though.
pip 3 install.
Okay. Work.close. Connected reference before assignment. That's. No, it's not. Connected is defined. Huh. Why is it saying this is wrong? It shouldn't be wrong.
What line is it though?
It's saying.
While not. Oh, it's line 14. It's here. While not connected.
Yeah, it is defined on line 4 though, so I'm not sure why it's saying it's.
Oh, because that's incorrect. Should be like that.
Oh, see, my lack of Python experience is showing here. Uh-oh. I should have removed that from the copy paste. Yeah, it is literally unkillable. Oh, did I crash my VS Code? Okay, this is fun. Everything's fine. Nothing's on fire. I'm pretty sure VS Code died. Alright. That sucks.
Did it though?
Oh, it definitely did for me. I've got to kill the. I've got to kill it from Task Manager. It's like totally fucked.
The host has ended the collaboration session.
Yeah, we'll
All
give that
right,
another try.
I'm gonna check what's going on with the comment section because people start asking whether we like hentai. Where
That
is
would.
the
I'm not sure, but yeah, that would warrant some investigation, I think. Does VS Code pass through control BRK? I am not sure. Okay, so I lost my setup, so the beep counter has to be reinstated really fast, and I have to restart the collaboration session.
I think it was like 32 or something.
Yeah, I think it was 32. Um, there's the new link. Just getting everything back up and running.
That thing is pretty cool though.
This extension, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully, shit doesn't blow up again with the com read.
Should it be reading something?
It should be. Okay, it's reading it now. It's really like messed up though. It's like I don't know what the fuck's going on here. It's like blitzing past.
Yeah, I think it's reading a Python serial.
Like I'll show you guys what's
read
going on here, but it's actually not
line.
even showing it anymore. And what sucks is I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to kill this again.
Try killing it from a different shell, then kill like I would like look up the process or just like kill Python explicitly.
Let me try control. Windows break. Okay, this is becoming more of a pain than I would hope it would have been. Let me try.
Yeah, you may
something
need
quick.
to configure more things like the stop bit and like parity and shit like that. I don't know what your configs are in PuTTY.
I think I just have it at default pretty much. But yeah.
I mean, can't you just copy the output as you do in a file, which is also shared? I think that's the
I
easiest
can.
solution.
Yeah, that's what I'll
Yeah,
do, I guess.
let's do that.
That'll make things a little bit easier. So we'll do put it at the top with an underscore. Yeah, we were trying to overcomplicate it, I guess. It would have been cool to get a live like thing, so I don't have to always remember to paste it, but it's fine. It's all good. So the beep counter should be updated to 32, so that's good. Remember when task kill only included in some higher versions of Windows XP? Oh yeah, Task Manager yeah, Windows XP was just interesting when it came to that stuff. I remember when I went to high school, I think in grade 9, they were still using Windows XP at that time, and the administrators for the network had blocked off the ability to launch Task Manager, and the teacher did not have permission to like open it or whatever. And they needed to be able to open Task Manager because it was a CS class, and people were writing things that would hang, and they couldn't kill them. So we wrote like a little like VB.net application that was like Task Manager, and it could kill tasks. Those were fun times. Home didn't have it. Professional did. Yeah, at least Microsoft has chilled out on their like overzealousness of restrictions on the editions. With Windows 10, for example, the only thing you don't get with the Home Edition, I think, is the ability to directly use Hyper-V. It still uses Hyper-V under the hood for secure boot, but it doesn't allow you to use it for virtualization yourself. BitLocker also missing from home. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, it doesn't have BitLocker. Good show. All right. Sorry, I know we've kind of been sidetracked from the exploit here for a little bit.
So I'm wondering why we still see 2 corruptions.
The
Yeah, we have like this one and the one at index 2. Because
yeah,
this one we expect to corrupt here, which is fine, but there is another one which goes here, so I'm not sure what that is.
I do remember Slears in his POC mentioning that he was trying to prevent the second free or something. So this might be what's happening here. We might be getting like a cascading double free or something.
All right.
Yeah.
Are we doing like the same thing he does?
I don't think we're doing exactly what he does. Where does he say that thing about preventing the other? I think it's near the top.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
line 57,
Yeah.
RT header 2.
Over
It's
8 to prevent
with...
double free on second M buff.
Are we actually doing that? Yeah, I think we are. Right? Like are you literally triggering the double free like he does?
Is that for his double free packet? Sorry, the
Yeah, so
RTHDR2
that
size.
one should be.
Yeah, okay. So
Where do you trigger packet 1?
yeah, I think it's in the fragment packet function that I have it set up. And then I call it on 707. I like the corruption on 9. It's short and nice. Can't you run Slear's code and just see how it behaves? We could we could translate his code, I guess, to the JavaScript, but I mean the thing
We're
is,
missing a primitive though.
Are we?
Yeah, because he does the peak, which we don't have.
Yeah, we're missing a primitive, and It sounds like his POC is really tough to make it work on PS4. I mean, he's been trying for a little while, and I think like what I mentioned earlier with like the needing a lot of memory pressure and stuff. So I'm wondering if we want to try to like if we continue it our own way, we might end up with something that's like a lot easier to work with. So we're kind of referencing his POC and like looking at things we could maybe take out of it to use in our exploit, but I don't think we want to copy his exact strategy because it sounds
Okay,
like it's a
but the
real pain in the ass to work with.
fragment package doesn't really. Do you actually build like the exact packet that he does?
So let's check here.
Because I'm not entirely sure about that. Because it looks like we're still using the fragment packet, which was our like original idea. So I'm not sure if that ends up being the same thing. Header.
Yeah, I was thinking the way we were calling it was making it behave like his does, but now that I'm looking at it, it looks like that might not be the case. Okay.
So I would suggest we try to trigger the UAF exactly the way he does by building the exact same packet, simply because that may solve the problem of having two corruptions, which we could ignore, but might like hit us in the back later if we do ignore that.
Okay. Um so can we rework fragment packet to work the way his does just by the way we call it? I think we can. Because he sends builds the RTHDR. I'm actually going to copy this into another window just so I can see it at the same time. See different parts of code at the same time. So the first time, here's where he uses it. Okay. So this is where he sets oh, that's one. Right, so where his build RTHDR overlaps with our fragment packet function is here downward, 603 to 606. So he sets the header type to 43, which we indirectly do through the argument. The length, so we set the length to 1 for the next destination. Which makes sense because that's what he does too. He sets the size to 8, I believe. Let me just double check that. This is 8, I'm pretty sure. Or sorry, okay, it's 68. So 68 divided by 8. 68 divided by 8. That's D minus 1. Okay, no, he does send it differently there. So this is set to hex C in his POC, and then 0, 0. Okay. I'm thinking along the same lines as you. I thought we had implemented it to do it the way he did. Let me just... It might be in backup 7. Send packet, send fragmented packet. No, I don't see it in backup 7 either.
Where do we build the packet? In stage 4, right?
Which packet? The UDP packet or the UAF?
The trigger.
The trigger packet?
Packet.
Uh,
Was it?
in the current version, that gets set up through the call at line 629. So you can see we set up packet data, and we call the fragment packet function. Or sorry, that was backup 7 I was looking at. My bad.
I'm looking at userland.js.
Yeah, sorry, I was on the wrong file.
All right, so we have packet 1 and packet 2 here.
707 was where I was thinking of, sorry.
And this is kind of what he has set up after the 2 build RT header calls. I think. Oh, actually, wait, maybe I need to look after he sends them, because he still does some. Oh yeah, he adds more stuff.
In IDU mode, is there a way to spoof the RISC license? I don't know much about IDU mode. I don't mess with that stuff. Because I like to keep my consoles working. So I don't mess with that voodoo.
What's IDU?
It's the what does it stand for? I think it's like it's like a debug mode, but it's so easy to brick the console if you go into IDU mode. Individual display unit. Yeah, it's for setting the console into a kiosk mode. So it was like the kiosk mode for PS3. So you could, if you set it to kiosk mode, then you might screw yourself over because you might not be able to get it back until retail. So yeah, it's not something I mess with. IDU equals I don't understand mode. Exactly. Yeah, I'm not messing with that. IDU mode is a one-way ticket to brick. Yeah. That's why I avoid it. So that's the packet 1 dump you're doing there?
Yeah.
Okay. So 2C should match because that should be 44, right? Yeah, that should be 44. So that's fine. The 0 matches up. Pad N is 1, I remember. Oh, shit. And then we have the 4. We have the... And then that's the padding. The 2B should be the destination ops, which is 60, right? No, that doesn't make sense. What does he send here? He sends 43. Right, that's the routing packet header. Yeah, okay. Which is where we set the... Is that right? Let me do a sanity check here really quick. Yeah, why does he set that to...
Oh, there might be fields different, right? So I'm not sure what you're looking at, but AF enet 6 may be different. So because actually this is my dump on macOS.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Where a value might be different.
Yeah, because what I'm looking at is the IP6 frag next, which should be destination ops. but he sends, or from your dump, it looks like it would be the routing header, but I don't think that's right. So it might
Wait,
be a discrepancy.
it is the routing header, isn't it? Wait, let me see.
Let me look at his POC for a minute, because I don't see how that makes sense.
Free.
Send fragment buff.
Alright, I'm gonna dump the other thing.
And then he sends the fragment. Oh yeah, his fragment header is different. Why does he send it like this?
Oh wait. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. So he sends the routing packet like that. And then yeah, okay, the way he fragments the UAF packet is kind of strange. I thought you needed to send the desktop's header in the fragmented packet for triggering the UAF, but I guess you don't, because he doesn't do that. I'm surprised I didn't notice that before. Okay. It really doesn't change that at all? Okay. Yeah, so the difference of how we trigger the double free and how he triggers it is, you see how on 694 we set the frag IP6 next to desktops? He actually sets that to the routing header. So he doesn't set the desktop's fragment at all, I guess. Like, he doesn't use this header.
We didn't, as you said, he does some routing stuff and we did ICMP stuff.
Right, but I still thought you needed this destination at the end to go to the next fragment. But he doesn't do that.
Maybe it doesn't have to be valid packet.
That's what I'm wondering, yeah.
Maybe he shrunk it down to minimal just so it doesn't doesn't trigger both paths, so it gets freed immediately after assembling together. I don't know.
Yeah, so do you want to try maybe, like, we'll try commenting this out, I guess? Changing...
Yeah, I want to try to build the packets exactly as he does.
So instead of doing it like this, we would build it with the routing next header. So that would match up, right? Because then he sets...
I will increase the sizes of the packets accordingly.
Let's just see what else is, if there's anything else here changed I need to concern myself with. So it goes reserved, and then off LG. Does he not specify IP6 more frag? That would be hex 100. No, he doesn't specify that. Okay. Oh yeah, sorry, he does through the is final. Right, okay. So we kind of already have what he does actually in the send fragmented packet at 746. So you see how we set the fragment, pad n, routing, and then we have the off LG. Yes, send fragmented packet is basically identical to his. So we can utilize that the same way he does pretty much to trigger the UAF. So if we just go down here,
Didn't we also implement something like build header?
I thought we did, but I can't find it. So
can you build these two packets and hex dump them?
Yeah, I can try. Just give me 1 sec. I do not know how, but I just got a bunch of grease on my finger from my fan. So I'm gonna go clean that off so I don't make a mess of my keyboard. So I will be back in just 1 second. We do have a new BRB challenge screen, so I'll bring that up for you guys. This is Z's challenge. It's kind of a fun one. It's quite different from the binary issues that we've covered before. So I'll bring that up really quick for you guys. No, I don't even know where this grease came from, but I do have to go get it off my fingers. So I will be right back. And then we'll.
All right, I'll be off for like a minute then too.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that was grease or if it was like chocolate from like a little chocolate chunk that fell out of the chocolate chip cookie or something, but yeah, it had to go, whatever the hell it was. So I know the challenge wasn't up for too long, so I don't expect anyone would have solved it yet, but we'll probably take a longer break later on at some point. So yeah, sorry. We were looking at the send fragmented packet function, and I was saying it's basically the same as his send fragment function. We don't have a build header function though, which I think is what we want to do. Yeah.
Yeah, basically I want to build like these two packets and then just hex dump them.
All right, sounds good. So where is my UAF point? That should have been in stage 4, I think. Yeah. So let's define a build header function.
Also, what I just noticed, like the sizes for packet 1 and packet 2 in like 586, like I literally just increased them. So if we were trying the same thing before using these buffers, that might have resulted in memory corruption.
Okay.
Because now we're properly allocating enough space.
Okay. So to buffer, we want to write 32.0. We want to write IP proto. 43 is routing, right? I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check that.
I can check.
Yeah, it is. Which means at 1, we want to write the size divided by 8 minus 1. Buff 2, 0, 3, 0. And then 4 onward, we want to write null bytes. Yeah, to fill up the header. Okay. So var I equals 4, I is less than size. And then we're going to do a write 1, I 0. Just because I know it will trigger people, I will add semicolons here, even though I technically don't need them. Okay. So now we have the build header and the send fragment functions, so we should be able to call it the exact same way, basically.
Alright, where do you want to call it?
900 or so, I'm going to call it. Right where we had our double free before, just calling it the way he does. So we'll do a p.build header. Sorry, you said you changed the sizes of packet 1 and packet 2, yeah?
Yeah, so it's correct now. What's that line?
Oh, that's for reference. That's not going to get called yet, because we have to build the header first. So we're going to build packet 1. The other thing I need is these values. So var equals 68, HDR2 size 32. I might need more later, but I think that's all I need for now. So here's where we pass our THDR1. And then we build another header at packet1.add32 our THDR1 size. And this is where we do 2 size. All right.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Can do it that way. 60, 32 strands, 38. Oh, you can do that? That's cool.
Yeah. So, and then this will be
Oh,
the same
wait,
ID.
then this is incorrect though.
Was it incorrect, sorry?
Because we don't have enough space for that. Let's
Oh, that's right. He doesn't do packet 1 and packet 2. He just sends it as one like larger packet
yeah,
and sends
let me
fragments.
change that.
Okay, sounds good.
Where do we malloc that? There. Var packet buff dot malloc cheers. think we defined that wise.
And for data, we want to send the same buffer. I guess so. That's a bit strange.
So the variable is called packet of. These ones I did fine.
There's one thing that's bugging me about his
Actually,
POC.
why are we defining? This is so gonna be prone to errors.
What is?
Why? Yeah, why are we defining that shit up there but using down here? Should be like that.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, so there's one thing bugging me about his POC. Let me actually bring his POC into VS. That way we can collaborate on it. Okay. So, 304. So he sends the fragment, both fragments, but he doesn't advance the buffer pointer he passes in, which I can't remember if we already noted why he does that, but
Yeah, because he does. This is actually here's the offset.
right, he did it that way. Yeah, because I think the way we went about it was in userland. We just made this do a slice from first fragment size onward. So that should do the same behavior, I think.
I'm not sure though, cause we how do we handle the because you need to tell the packet where the offset is. How do we handle that?
It's sent in the second parameter, the split offset. So
So you do. Oh, okay, I see.
yeah.
All right.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quickly modify the send fragment packet to not actually send it, but just dump it, basically. That way we don't trigger the double free, so we can keep testing, but we can
Fair
compare
enough.
with your thing. So let's go ahead and switch over to the PS4. I think I rebooted it. I did reboot it. Okay, good. Oh shit! I do have to open Putty again though, because I closed that. So
What
let's get
the
that.
fuck? I hate Visual Studio Code. Why is it doing that?
What's it doing?
Fucking hell. Ugh.
Okay, so let's. Oops, I went into trophies. That is not where we want to go. Switch to Nano. True. Okay, all of a sudden the PS4 is not connecting to my server, so I gotta check something and see if the IP changed or something, or if it's just being weird.
Is your server running?
It is, yeah, I have it showing ready in the bottom. I'm just gonna run.
Because you don't have a WSL terminal.
Oh, that's true, actually. I might have had a problem where I had to use WSL for some reason. Let me try that. Or what was it? What did I have it defined as? Server.py. Right, okay. Okay, let's see if that works. No, it's still not going through. I don't think the IP changed, but let me just check network settings to see what's going on. Yep, primary DNS is still set the same way. Maybe the fake DNS server died or something. Oh, that would explain it. I think that was why we were having so many issues. Yep, we got it working. Okay. So let's see what we get for the packet dumps. The first two should be the ones that we want to trigger. So I will copy these over. So at log.txt, I've just updated it. I cut out the other dumped packets because those should be the ones afterwards.
Why are they so small? Is that intended? And they look the same.
Let me see. Where's this getting called exactly? Okay, sorry. It is actually called 10 times before the UAF because I forgot about this code. So let me run it again. And this time we'll get less noise. I think I pasted the wrong packets. Let's do a quick check here. Packetbuff.slice is not a function. What were we messing up here?
Oh, it's not a JavaScript array now.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, you're right. So we
expect it to be JavaScript array.
I mean, I can fix that pretty easily. I just have to.
Yeah, let's maybe keep it raw memory and go back to the way he does it. What do you think?
Yeah, we could do it that way. I'm fine doing it that way too.
So that would be add, right? No way.
I think we'd have to change the function because the way send fragmented packet works is it calculates the size of the buffer as if it's a JavaScript buffer. Because it uses .length on it, but in 64 isn't going to have that. So we'll have to rewrite it slightly. So how we'll change that is we'll make it so it passes data in here, offset and size, and then we will
ID
change here
data
offset.
data offset and size. Data offset and size.
So that would fix that problem. I just have to change how this works.
Wait. ID offset and size has more fragments. Yes, so we did it the exact inverse for some.
Pretty much, yeah. This should work, I think. Let me just verify that everything looks good. So the split offset adds the has more fragments. The split offset is used for that, and we use it when writing the data, which makes sense.
Do you also add the offset? So in both cases, I'm passing the beginning of the buffer.
Yeah. Which is fine, I think, because because when we're writing it, does he always write it to? Yeah, okay. He always writes it to buff 16 plus I, which is exactly what we do. I think this should make it basically the exact same as what he does. Oh, I do have to change this as
There's
well.
I see not yeah, that's what I saw.
Yeah, I think that should be good to run a test for.
Okay, I fixed the calls.
All right. Did you see the vid, Day0sec? Were you talking to Z? Which video is that? Okay, here's our fragmented packets. Log. Okay. Yeah, this time they are quite different in size. I think Sony has had enough time with to perfect the security like Microsoft did with Xbox One. It's not really a fair comparison because Microsoft has their Hyper-V technology, which they can just directly integrate. Like Xbox One is essentially running a modified Windows 10. So it has Hyper-V and everything built in, and the virtualization aspect of Xbox One is what makes its security like vastly superior to any other console. Because even if you get code execution in an application, you have to break out of the VM, which is a very big ask. I mean, there's a reason Hyper-V exploits are Microsoft's buying them for like $200,000 a pop. So, I mean, really with Xbox One, the exploit chains are so expensive that it's not worth it, especially because the Xbox One lets you run homebrew by stock. Like, there's no reason to pop Xbox One except for piracy, which people aren't going to burn like $300,000 exploit chains on. The way the Xbox security model was built is actually very smart.
So the packet does not look the same.
Is the hex C you pointed out what's different?
Yeah, so there should be TB OXC, but instead we have OXC00.
Okay, so this would be offset hex C, right? Because this is 0, or no, sorry.
No, this should be OX10.
Yeah, that's right. What are we writing at OX10? So OX10 would be the
16, which is the first thing from the payload, basically.
Indeed. Okay, let's see what's going on here. So it's a problem with the, I guess, the build header function. So let's see. We're passing packet buff in. Sending a routing packet.
Plus either. Huh.
I don't see our source of corruption. It looks fine to me.
What if it's in the build header then?
That's what I'm looking at, though. I don't see any problems with build header. It's basically doing exactly what he does. Just using an N64 buffer.
What is iProto routing?
43 is the literal value.
Why is it then OXC then?
That's what I'm wondering. Is we have some kind of corruption there.
To be.
It's getting. It wouldn't be getting smashed, I don't think. Because we're writing at hex 10 plus I. The split offset we're passing is 0, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that should be fine. It shouldn't be reading from the wrong place. Is the read off, maybe? No, the read should be fine.
Can you dump these two, like, before we pass them into send fragment packet?
Yeah, for sure. Let me just find the... I'll just copy this because it'll make it easier. So dumping header 1, header 2. So here we're gonna dump packet buff, and here we're gonna dump packet buff dot add 32 RTHDR 1 size. The size of the will be RTHDR 1 size and RTHDR 2 size. That should be good. Let's see what we got. Is any part of this open source? I am considering putting this on GitHub. There's been a lot of requests for us to put the source code up at the end of the streams. So yeah, I might start doing that at the end of this one. Put it up on GitHub. If people want to play with it, then you know, they can totally do that. I just sent the log through. Sorry, I didn't cut it down this time. But it's at the bottom.
At the very bottom?
Yeah, 1180.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2B0C, so this packet is correct. Fragmented packet. But this one isn't correct.
Yeah, there's definitely something fucked up that we're missing. I just don't know what it is yet.
What is the cache? malloc OX100, that should be good. And
p.read1 data.add 32 split offset plus I. Yeah, that should be valid because split offset will be 0.
oh, this one is fucked.
That should be for the IP6F more frag header or flag.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, but that's messing it up though.
Oh, it's messing it up for here.
Yes.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, it's setting it 1 byte off. It's an off by 1.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, just get rid of that.
Okay, yeah. Now our dumps will probably be proper. This this code sharing plugin is actually like a godsend. This makes it so much like easier for us to coordinate. It's insane. Before you'd have to watch my streams and like wait for the stream delay and stuff. And,
oh yeah.
oh man, this is so much better.
All right, let's do the cut down. Ah, shit. All right, let's compare that.
Rest mode exploit was a good one. Oh, the EAP exploit. That was pretty cool, yeah. That vPicure guy, I don't know how to say his name, because I'm not Russian. Maybe Teamstar does, but yeah, he's like really smart. The Vladimir Pakur. I don't know if you know how to say it, because it's a Russian name.
I don't know the name.
I think it's Vladimir. I don't know. Twitter. See if I can remember his handle properly. Look at that. I remembered it. Volodymyr? Anyway,
Oh, I don't know.
however you say his name, he's really like I wish I like knew some of the low level
P
shit that he does because it's really
Pikur?
cool.
I don't know. Sounds.
Yeah, it's a bit strange. Um, but yeah, I mean his work at like the chip level, like he does die shots and stuff all the time, and they're fascinating, but I don't know how to interpret them. It makes me really wish I knew more at that level. Saw it mentioned earlier, can confirm VS is open source. You can compile it with the added MS junk and telemetry if you want. Totally, yeah. Although I don't know how easy it is to actually build because Microsoft open source projects are interesting to say the least when it comes to building them. I remember we tried to fix a bug in Calculator that was in Calculator for like 2 years. Basically, if you went into programmer mode and you tried to copy like from here and you tried to copy, it would copy a null byte at the end. It was really dumb, and it took them forever to fix it. So we tried, since Calculator is open source, we tried fixing that bug and rebuilding it, and it took hours to build Calculator. It was really dumb. So some of their build stuff is really strange. Sorry, were you highlighting a byte in particular, or just
No, I was checking. I think this one looks good.
okay? Awesome.
So the second one should be.
What's the rest mode exploit? I'm out of the loop. Um, I'm trying to see. I'm pretty sure he had slides because I know the talk went public afterwards. Um,
Alright, so the packets seem to be similar.
I can't
Assuming
find
the
it.
sock address is fine, we should be good to go.
All right. So let's give it a shot. So how we'll fix that? Sorry, I did try to find the presentation. Yeah, it was Recon Brussels. Yeah, that's right. I still don't know why I couldn't find it though. My search should have been good enough, but anyway. So, sorry, we're calling this down at.
I think I added some alert one, which you might want to remove. Oh, here it is.
Okay, so that should be good, right? Send fragmented packet. Oh, I did. I do have to fix it so it actually sends the packet this time. So yeah, we can try the double free. Let's see what happens.
Is the stream still going? For me, I have issues with the stream, but it might be just me.
I think it's Twitch, because the stream went down for me earlier too, but it's
Oh, I
fine on
see.
OBS. But um, there is one thing I commented out and I forgot to uncomment, which might be making a difference here because there wasn't any corruption. So I uncommented that and we'll give it another shot. Something's off. I don't think the double free is firing. Because everything is like perfectly normal in the prints and we're not panicking or anything like that. So I think there's something that's
Hmm.
hmm.
Can try again.
I do want to check one thing that I think might be causing this. Because we're sending to spray socket raw and he sends it to a different socket, I think.
Oh, where does he send it to? Oh, he has the IP proto hop opt.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we still have that. That's just a 0 flag. For me at least.
Let me just take a look at where this is created. Oh yeah, we are sending it to a similar socket, inet6 raw hop-ups. Okay, yeah, that should be fine then, actually.
Is the what is
Oh, but I think... Do we bind this at all? No, we don't.
We don't need to bind that.
No, that's what I was thinking, is maybe we bind it where we shouldn't, but we're not doing that, so it should be fine.
What is spray?
Should be fine. That should be fine too.
Fragment packet spray address.
I think we just set that to an empty loopback, don't we?
We may need to fill up the port with something.
Ah, yes, these are the slides. Good find. Thank you, I8BR. Yeah, I knew the slides were public, I just couldn't find them. My Google ability is wasn't high enough, I guess. Oh, so the talk wasn't recorded, it was just the slides that went out? Okay. That makes sense.
Oh, he sets like some special bits.
So let me go to... I put it in Sleer's POC, right? Where is this that he sets the special bits?
So there's two things which we may wanna check, which is, let's see, inside the send fragment function, which, so here, that thing.
Where are you at? I don't see your cursor on
37.
Oh, sorry, on the POC. Okay, yeah. Oh, he sets a port.
So he sets a port and this thing. I don't think we do that, do we?
I think we do. I think that's the loopback address. I think we do set that. But we might not set the port. That is one thing I think we might be lacking. So spray socket address. So yeah, we do write the 1 at hex 17. I think we just don't write the port.
Wait, where do we write the 1? We don't.
On line 828.
Wait, what?
Yeah, on 828 we write the 1 into hex 17 for the loopback.
That's not the socket we're using though.
Is it not? Spray socket address?
No.
Or we use... Oh, we're using...
Fragment packet spray address.
Oh, but I think we set that using the... See the libkernel call? This is the call for the ::1. I think this effectively does the same thing. We can dump the address buffer, though, to verify that.
Alright, but that still leaves the port unset. I think we should set the port because 0 might be special.
Okay. So the port is at hex 2, right? So We'll do a p dot
Should
right
be, yeah.
fragment packet spray address dot add32.2. It's the same thing, I guess. Yep, I think that's good. I will also dump this just to see. Dump bytes.
Oh, the stream is back.
Hell yeah. What's the size of the address? Hex 1C.
I think
right.
Hex 1C, that's what we did before.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, still no corruption, but that's okay, because we want to check the address dump. Okay, so 01, the port is set, and the 1 is set. I think that's at the right location. Let me just get rid of all the other cruft in the log file. Okay. Did you dump the address buffer somewhere?
Yeah, it's in line 673.
Wait, Wait, is that right? These first couple bytes shouldn't be 0, I don't think. Oh, that's
yeah,
Sin 6 address. Sorry. This is where I was looking at before. So 0 1E, though I think this is a Mac OS discrepancy. I think we discovered that before.
Yeah.
Beef looks good. So
which buffer are we looking at? Like
line 3 on the log is where I dumped the address buffer.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then the 1, which is, I think, oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the 1. So this is correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this address is good. So it's curious we're not getting corruption because we should be triggering the double free. What happens if we exit the browser and go back in? Yeah, we're definitely not triggering the double free. We would have panicked by now or seen the corruption. Right? Yeah. Okay. So I don't really understand how he is triggering double free and we're not. Because we're essentially doing the same thing. Oh, wait, maybe not actually. Oh no, we're setting the right header. We're setting IP fragment header. So that should be good. 1.4 routing, which is 43. Zeros.
We don't do the... Wait, where's 1, 4? Oh, this one?
I thought the length was just 1 byte. Oh, you're writing the padding. Okay, I see. Um, that shouldn't matter, but
Yeah, I think so too, but let's give it a try.
let me just see. The ident is correct. Everything else. Yeah, I don't see any problems. I'll give it a shot. God damn it. Why is this method not working for us?
All right, let's try something else. Let's go back to the way we did trigger that and then see if we actually have a double free by reallocating the buffer a few times.
So do the old way we did the double free, yeah? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, do the old way and then let me think how to check that. Set.
Oh, I do have to adapt code because we changed the way we send fragmented packets, so everywhere we send those has to be adjusted.
Maybe we should make two functions, or is that too confusing?
I think it might get confusing if we use two. So we're sending UDP. Oh, we set up UDP data that way too. Oh, that's so annoying.
Yeah, I think we should just take the current one, send fragmented packet. Where did we write that? This is the current one, right? And then call it, I don't know, send fragmented POC, and then rename the instances where we actually use it that way, which is, I don't remember where it is. Oh, there. It's just like twice, right? Just these two calls.
Yeah, the two
Line
commented
9
out
to 15.
ones.
Yeah, and then I would just copy in the send fragmented packet function from one of the backups.
Okay, that should be good. Let's verify. Yeah, I think these should all be fine. Okay. All right, we have the proper fragmented packet send function again. So, so what we were doing before was we were building up a UDP packet. So we sprayed fragmented packets, and then we triggered the double free, or the right after free at the time, I guess. We set up a UDP packet. We sent a bunch of regular non-fragmented packets with just like tagged data. And then we received those packets, and if we received a packet that was corrupted by, I believe, the first spray we did, then we would try to send the like bigger fragmented packets to try to smash the header of it. So we only sent the UDP packets if we detected corruption already.
Yeah, let me think real quick. Should we just maybe rerun it so I can look at... Oh, we have the log here. but not corrupted. Yeah, let's maybe rerun it so we can look at the corruption. Because what I want to test is if we actually have a double free, which is if we can keep like freeing and reallocating the packets, or whether we have just this one shot where it like overlaps and we override it. This
Okay,
is
what
what
the
I
fuck?
want to figure out next.
I think it might have ran the old one because we didn't get any corruption again. What the fuck happened? Oh, it's not working.
This is terrible.
Hold on. This should be exactly what we had earlier, which is why I'm confused
Did
on
we
why
change
it's...
something which we shouldn't have? Like the sockets or something?
I don't think we did. I think we kept everything else the same. I think we just changed the fragmented packet function. That's the only one we actually changed, I think. Unless, let me just check if we changed the fragment packet. Oh yeah, we did. We changed the fragment packet function.
Oh yeah, then we should back that up and restore the
Yeah. Let's make this I'm gonna make a new folder because this is getting a little bit. So we're gonna make this oops, wrong thing. We're gonna make this weird trigger.js. We'll back that up, and I'm also gonna move all these backups into there as well to try to free up the clutter here a little bit. And then I will restore the fragment packet function from our backup. Right, okay. Now we should get the corruption. Oh, okay, we did. Okay. I was getting worried there for a second. I was like, fuck. All right. So let's put that
do
in the
we want to
log.
disable the dump fragmented?
We can for the future. This is probably going to crash as soon as we exit. So I am just going to manually clean this up again really quick. Oh, I did leave something out though. This should be the last set, pretty much. Yeah. All right. Save log is in there. Although I will quickly just get rid of all the stuff at the top because those were from previous runs. So it might get confusing if we have to search. Okay, there we go. Finalized. So we got it at I think we got it at the same... No, it wasn't quite the same spots. It happened earlier than it did earlier on. So we got corruption at 5. And that's where our spray packet overlapped the other spray packet, the tagged packet. So I'm wondering if we want to change it to interleave. Like interleave the tagged packets and maybe a different tagged packet just to start with to see if we can trigger a similar overlap, and then switch out the one of the tagged packets for the for the UDP packet and see what happens.
So what I want to try is I want to test whether we can like chain these mismatching tags. For example, here we like allocate the 1 and then override it with the 5, right? And then here we override the 5 by reallocating that thing. I want to see if we can keep like freeing and reallocating and essentially messing up like a bunch of tags in a chain. Because if we do, then we know we have actually like a double free. And then we can go with a tactic like freeing 1, reallocating, freeing, reallocating, and so on. But if we don't, then we kind of need to get this like one shot with spraying the first, the useful packet first, and then somehow detecting and overriding it with another one, which may require 2 sockets or like maybe more like better to exploit with 2 sockets. So what do you think?
So sorry, could you lay out what you're suggesting for like the path and a text thing, just so I can like visualize, I guess, a little bit?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out myself. So essentially, I want to answer one question, which is, do these packets actually like that at index I and that at index 5, 1 and 5 actually overlap, like actually point to the same buffer, and we can like free this one and then reallocate and so on? Or since we have this weird right after use, I want to know whether this override is just a one shot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I will just check if we're triggering the right after free or the double free in just a second. I did want to say I'm sorry I missed this. Coding Go, thank you for the 1,000 cheer. I know that was a little bit ago. Somehow I didn't see that donation, but Z just reminded me of it. So thank you for that donation. Um, so yeah, am I sending the okay? We are sending the routing in the fragmented packet. Are we sending it in? Okay, we do trigger the double free because I send it with the IP proto routing when I set it up. So we are triggering double free. Um, so what's a little bit confusing is the fact that it gets overwritten with the lowercase a's, the hex 6 ones, because we're actually spraying that before we even trigger the double free, right?
No, because we have a split packet, and we only send the second part once we detect the corruption.
But like, so here's where we send the 6 ones, right? We're sending them before we trigger the double free.
No, I mean yes, but no. So this is the second part of the fragmented packet, which is in the queue until we send the first part of the fragmented packet, which we do in line 1021. So only
Oh, you're
after
right.
this arrives, the packet can actually be assembled and received.
Right. I forgot about
So
that detail. Okay.
um, var more packet index equals ox50, because we send ox50 packets, which means if we comment that out and do send packet, let's do 5 5 OXI, which is more packet index plus 1. So in this case, we would overwrite packet 5 with this one.
Okay.
And then, well, except for this weird corruption, which I don't know what that is, we could keep receiving for var I equals OX50. Actually, I smaller than OX60 I plus. We receive a packet. Debug log. Recorruption. And do this one.
And that's where you change it to.
Well, actually, I'm not sure, because here, the first packet, here we overwrite. Because this one's twice in here.
And where? Sorry, I don't see your cursor anymore.
I'm also looking at the log.
Oh, okay.
So this one we receive. This one, and here we send the first one. Here we want to send the second one, which essentially then overrides the one at the very end, which we would receive somewhere here. So then that is also invalidated. Yeah, because without corruption, we would expect here to receive 50, 50, and then again 50, because here we send 50, 50, and then 50. But with corruption, we will receive 51. Else, yeah, let's try this.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So you're checking for an overlap here, and then if you find an overlap, you're sending another packet.
So basically the idea is, so these ones we have, where is that? Here. So these ones we spray. So we have OX50 tagged packets.
Yep.
Right? So technically, all right, so we know we have at least one overlap, which is in the case of log at index 0. So here we we replace the packet and send here 50-50, and then more packet index will be 50, because we didn't send a packet with the number 50 yet. Then at the index where it points to, which in this case is 5, we will receive 50-50 and then 50 again. And then here we send another packet, overriding it with 51. Then we receive all the other previously sprayed packets. And
Yep.
then when we reach index 50, we check it here to be 50. But since we sprayed the second packet here, it should be overwritten by 51. And at this point, we just should be triggering the chain over and over again like 10 times, which is we receive 51 where we were expecting 50, we receive 52 where we were expecting 51. So we have like the allocations right after each other, and this is what I'm expecting to see.
Okay. So let's give it a shot. We might crash getting out of the browser here. I have a feeling we will. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna restart the system, increase the beep counter, and then I will take a quick break because I've got to go get a bit of water and check what's going on upstairs. Actually, I think I might have to put on a hockey game for somebody in the family. So I totally forgot that there was one happening today, and they wanted me to do that. So I will probably be back in about 5 minutes, give or take. I don't know if you need to do anything, Teamstar, but
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna drink some water too. Finally, hydration.
yeah, we have not been hydro homies today. Yeah, so yeah, I will take a break. The challenge will be up on the screen again for anybody who's interested in trying to tackle that. So
Pretty sure by the time we come back, I already forgot what I wanted to test.
I'll try to remember for you.
All
right.
right.
So first, I got to turn on the PS4 and increase the beep counter.
Oh, now I could hear the beeps. I don't remember hearing the beeps before.
Today's your lucky day. That's a sign of good luck. Trust me. All right. Codingo, thank you for cheering another 1,000 bits.
What does that even mean?
Bits?
Yeah.
It's like a Twitch. It's a method of donating through Twitch. It's almost like a cryptocurrency. Not quite, but it's like a virtual currency on Twitch. I think 1 bit is equal to 1 cent. I think is the conversion. I'm not a professional streamer, so I might have the conversion ratio off. But yeah, it's basically a method for people to donate on Twitch.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is that just the bottom bar being wrong, Z? Oh, okay. Well, whatever. 1,000 bits is a lot, so we'll give you 2 callouts even if it is wrong. But anyway, I will be back in a few minutes. Take a crack at the challenge if you're interested, and we'll resume again in not too long. We're back. I did just see in chat. Apparently, that challenge was up last stream. Okay, fair enough. I was kind of wondering that, and I didn't remember it being on the last stream, but I guess my memory just sucks. And Belika did solve it, so I mean, it's still kind of interesting as a challenge if people don't know what Belika's solution was, but yeah, sorry about that. I did think that was a new challenge, and it wasn't. So, and like Z said, we don't have any other challenges to put up yet, so all good. We'll have fresh challenges soon. So yeah, we can get back to testing. The PS4 has rebooted.
I think after this test, we can just go straight for some memory corruption.
Okay. What's the solution? Z, do we want to cover the solution, or do we want to leave it, like, reuse the challenge? I don't know. Because I don't think Belika spoiled it.
Again.
I don't know. I mean, Belika didn't spoil it yet, so maybe we can. Maybe there's some people in here who didn't see it last time. I don't know. Cover it? Okay. I don't think your strategy worked out, by the way. I will copy it to the log, but it doesn't look like the behavior you were expecting. So yeah, the BRB issue. Yeah, there was no integrity checking on the session, so because it's a block cipher, you could just craft the block with admin being true, and stick that in there. So yeah, cover it. I spoiled it. Yeah. All right. So yeah, I don't think this is what you were expecting, right? You were hoping I equals 50 to be 51.
Someone just joined the Discord and left.
Oh, did they? Might have been like a, I don't know, an accident or something.
Corruption 5 to 9 and 6 to B. Yeah, but one final thing I want to test is if we send that like 10 times. Wars
So which?
0 10. Yeah, basically like that. Can try that.
Okay. So let's see if we blow up when we exit the browser here. Oh, we didn't blow up, so that's a good sign. Okay, we definitely got some weirdness happening in there, because I saw it. Let's just get rid of the old shit here. Doesn't clog up the log. Okay, new log is in there.
All right, let's see. Recorruption.
Oh, did we not print on the recorruption case?
Oh shit.
Yeah, we only printed on the else. Yeah.
Wasn't supposed to be an else.
Okay, let's see if we can run it again, but I doubt it. Yeah. I didn't think we'd get that lucky.
Yeah, actually we need to fix up more.
What else is up? Oh, because you're
late. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because you're sending 10 of them per corruption, and we usually get 2 corruptions, so yeah, okay. Let's get some beeps going.
But yeah, like other than this test, I have another strategy because it does look like we have proper use after free. Because here we have 6 goes to 7, 7 goes to here no, high is 7, 7 goes to 44, and 44 is our first second corruption. So this is pretty reliable here. I would suggest doing the following thing. Let's go down the log. It's the exploit plan. If you scroll to the very bottom, yeah. Plan King Visual Studio. Anyways, keep spraying useful packets OX100. What will happen is we potentially trigger like these kind of overlaps where like at index 7 we end up having packet 44, whatever.
So
Right?
sorry, by useful packet, do you mean the tagged packets or
No,
the UDP?
no. The ones which have fields that we want to corrupt.
Okay. So that would be the fragmented packets where we want to smash the extended header.
Yeah, we need to make sure not to trigger more double freeze though.
Okay.
Right.
I think so. Right. I don't. We might not actually need to send a fragmented packet to hit those fields because I think if we just send a really large one, it does that
Yeah, we can
internally.
try the large one, so the trigger, so trying this will be actually super simple. So go back to the exploit plan, large packets. So what will happen is that later large packets that we send will fall into the slots of earlier large packets and overwrite them, which by itself isn't problematic, right? Because they're gonna be valid. Like the second one was still a valid packet, so the first one gets overwritten with the second one, but that's still a valid packet, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't cause a crash or anything.
So, the one thing we should keep out is that they don't allocate like multiple mbuffs. Do they still allocate just one mbuffs even though they're large?
No, I think it allocates multiple and then it chains them together. It's an mbuff chain for large packets.
We might want to figure out if we can have can we have the extended field without having multiple mbuffs?
I don't think so because I think the whole purpose of the extended header is to link to the next mbuff. I could be
Wait,
wrong on that.
actually,
I think so.
and
Yeah.
actually that might make things even easier. Wait, so does that mean if we hit if we send a large packet, it will allocate multiple mbuffs? Can we control that? How many they are?
Yeah, we should be able to by the size.
Okay.
If I remember correctly
So
from reading the IP6 internal book.
okay, so let's for a second assume we have the extended header, but it only allocates one mbuff. Okay? Which I know isn't the case, but let's assume that for a sec. So
Okay.
we keep spraying a bunch of packets with the structure fields, the useful packets, and then we start receiving them one by one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So eventually we hit one of these where we see here the corrupted packets. And for every packet we receive, we will spray these kind of packets which are fully controlled. So here we don't know which one is the corrupted or whether we hit a corrupted one or not, but we hope that we eventually hit a corrupted one, which gets freed, which gets reallocated with our useful data. And then by the time we receive the second useful packet, that will contain the data of our like overwritten one. You know what I'm saying?
Where I got kind of lost is if we overwrite the useful packet like with the extended header with our own controlled data, we will likely crash.
Yes.
Because we should get like a page fault or something when it tries to dereference an invalid pointer.
Yeah, so this is what I'm hoping to achieve.
Okay.
And then we can fix up the pointer and then get code exec, right?
Yeah. Though in order to fix up the pointer, well, yeah, we don't have to deal with smap, so we can fake stuff in userland. We don't have to mess with like kernel ASLR. So, yeah, that should work actually. Okay. So, in this log file, actually, let me put this in a new file because I am gonna wipe this file. I guarantee it.
So the thing we need to keep in mind is that for this plan, I assumed that the useful packets fill up exactly one mbuff, which is not the case though. Ideally, if we manage to send a large packet which takes up exactly 2 mbuffs, we can make the packet itself like overwrite itself.
I kind of see what you're saying. Like overwrite the first part with the second part.
Yeah.
So this is the mbuff struct. So the target we want to hit is this extended header. So that's where we want to hit. I hate unions so much. Sorry, I just wanted to get that out of the way. I just hate them. Let's just get the definition for this as well, though.
So how do we send a large packet? Just literally send large data?
Yeah, so I think it has to be greater than mhlen. I think. Let me just say, I think he mentions it in the write-up, actually. Yeah, so it tries to rearrange it if it fits, like if the length is under mhlen. If it's over, I think it allocates the mbuff chain, if I remember correctly. So mhlen should be. Let me just open this in a notepad so I have it ready. So mlen is defined as m size. M size is defined as. Oh, is it not in this file? I guess it's not in this file. $239. Oh, that's not where it's actually defined. It's got to be in here. 256. So I think if we send a packet that's greater than 256 in size, I think we should trigger the mbuff chain to be allocated. I believe that's how that works. So
my theory is if we send a packet which is what's 256 OX100?
yeah.
So if we send packets which are, let's say, OX180, just full of A's, we might trigger a crash because of a bad pointer dereference.
Yeah. So, oh, are we getting a
before
lot of
launch.
beefs in? Belika being naughty in the chat, just spending those channel points. Um, yeah, I don't hear the beeps thankfully, but are they excessive on the stream, Z? Um, if they are, then I can disable that. It's fine. Okay. Um, sorry. So ideally, what we're hoping to do is we send a packet that has that extended header, and then we smash it with the second part of that packet to overwrite the extended header of the first one, which will smash one of these function pointers or argument pointers. If we can get if we can smash the function pointer, I mean it's game over. Like I don't know if
I,
that path is taken, but anyway.
let, let's try that set packet buff functions buff size buff size.
So sorry, are you implementing the strat now? Is that what you're?
Yeah, I'm currently trying where to do this best.
Okay. While you do that, I did kind of want to answer something that somebody asked earlier. With what is double free. I figured I will do another little illustration. I think I did one on the first stream, but I mean, if you don't know what a UAF is, then or a double free is, then I could see the stream being hard to follow, and I don't want that. So while Teamstar is implementing it, thanks to this awesome plugin, I'll try to do like an illustration of what a double free is. So if you have a block, let's say you have blocks of memory like this. They're not the same size, but pretend they are. Pretend I'm not totally garbage at artisting. So let's say blue is in use and green means it's free. So let me just change this to like a dark green. So this one gets freed. So what happens is this is put into a list of free blocks. Nope, I did not want to rotate that. So here you have a list of free blocks. When this gets freed, it gets added into this list. Now what happens if this gets freed twice? Well, then it gets added to that list twice. And these are the same memory, but they're in the list twice. So when you go to call malloc and you go to allocate memory later on, it's going to return this block to you, and then the next call to malloc is going to return this block to you, but they're both the same block. So essentially what happens is two different execution paths get control of the same memory, which is where you get the use after free scenario, right? Because one path is using it while the other path can also control that data. So that's why the double free is problematic. How do you know which technique to use? I remember there are many called House of X. So those are different types of attacks. Those are attacks against the allocator itself, like the House of the what is it called? Maleficarium. Malik
Dude, I
Maleficarium.
could never remember those because I had like it when I was playing CTF. I had like one guy. Oh yeah, let's pull the house or whatever attack. I'm like, I don't even know how this
There's a lot of them
allocator
too.
works.
Yeah.
Damn.
But essentially with those attacks, you're abusing the like metadata or whatever of the allocator against itself. So that's where you get like the heap on link attacks for arbitrary right and stuff like that. This is not a house of attack. This is just abusing the fact of how free lists work with most allocators. What allocators now will mostly try to do in hardened systems is they will actually check on this other free here if it's the same as what was already inserted in the free list, and if it does, it'll like panic or something. So that's called like a hardened free list, but PS4 doesn't use that, so we don't have to bother with it. That you can still get around that. How you would get around that is you'd get another block freed in between, which makes it a lot more complicated to try to hit. But yeah, for PS4 sake, basically the same block entering the free list back to back is like totally allowed, and it allows you to get that corruption primitive. That was kind of an off the cuff explanation. It might not have been great. It was kind of what I was just coming up with while I was explaining it, but I mean, Z, do you know of any like really good resources that flesh out double free? I actually don't recall if I've ever like actually seen one that like fully goes through double free.
What about life overflow? I don't know like this particular, but life overflow is usually good.
Yeah, he might have something on double free. Maybe not actually. He has how do UAFs work, but not double free from what I can tell.
I mean, double free is the fact that you
Google
free
search
a
is
buffer twice, which you shouldn't. So as soon as you call like free twice on the same thing, this is a double free. And then for exploitation, you basically try to convert it to use after free, which then is essentially the same.
Yeah, if you're totally new to like UAF and mem corruption and you want to know more about it, Live Overflow's video on how to UAF exploits work will be very helpful there. Because like Z said, essentially double free gives you use after free, just in a strange way of getting there, which you don't totally have to understand unless you're dealing with a hardened allocator. All right. So sorry, I was hidden from what you've been doing here, so I'm just trying to catch up a little bit. So you are allocating a large packet.
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. So
okay.
basically, the tag isn't even yeah, let me walk through what I'm
Okay.
to receive buffer. I think that's used any shit going on. Basically, I allocate one large packet, which is OX200, but I really only want to use OX100. Then instead of spraying the previously tagged packets of 4 byte, I now spray this large packet of OX 180 byte, which I'm hoping to trigger the extended allocation. And it hopefully should fall into exactly 2 M buffs. I don't know whether that actually works or not. Maybe it's 3 or whatever. So the idea is that hopefully payload mbuff overrides the control mbuff on the front if we're lucky. And then basically just receive them one by one. And if that happened, then we will get a panic right away.
Yep, makes sense to me. And I think that should work out. Like the second packet should always overwrite the first one because they're sequential. So, or the second fragment should always overwrite the first fragment, I think.
Yeah, which is also a perfect scenario according to right after free, because they're immediately after one another. Oh, one thing that we might want to do. Oh, actually, we do sleep. Let's sleep. Oh, like 2000, whatever. This one we don't. All right, I guess we're good to go.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Wait, actually, do you already test, or can I change something?
I haven't tested yet. I'm just in the menu of the PS4, so you can change something.
Yeah. Let's do the allocation before we actually trigger. So here we film, here we sleep, here we just spray. Okay, I think I'm good.
Okay. Seems we might not have. Okay, we panicked on going back into the browser, but okay, I transferred over the strat. Good. So that's what we got. 1793 is where your test ended, and nothing happened.
I mean, what we could do is,
So let me just take a look. What is this send packet buff? Where did you define that?
a little bit I'll fire up.
Send to. Okay, so this is sending to the UDP socket.
Send bar large packet, but then 200.
Let me just. This was set as a raw socket, right?
Yeah, I'm still sending to the UDP socket.
But it's being sent to the dgram socket. We want it.
Yes, this is UDP.
Yeah, is that right though? Just trying to think.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. So we're sending those large packets.
I added this line, so maybe now we trigger something in case it doesn't actually overwrite itself. So the other thing what could be happening is that the buffer allocations falls in there. So if the large packet allocates more than one mbuff, for example 3, and 2 of the data ones fall into each other.
I think with your size, it should only be allocating 2 though. I think it would only allocate 3 if you go like hex 200 or higher. It should only be a chain of 2 mbuffs as far as I am aware.
Actually, let me try some. Are these unique? I think they are. Receive packet. Is receive packet even correct?
Should be reading from the same. Yep, should be good. It's reading the pass size and on the same socket, so should be good. Yeah.
Maybe we can dump them. Oh wait, 2 strings, 16. It should be 16. I guess we can retry.
Okay, I do have the system rebooted, so we can give that a go. I do see something interesting there. Changed from 180 to C8, but no crash. All right.
180 C8. That's 200. Which is one of the other packets I'm spraying.
Yeah, let me actually get rid of some of the crap. Okay, so where were those C8s? There they are. So on indexes 10 and 11, we got C8s received, which is the size of your this one?
Yeah, this is the one.
200. Yeah, that would make sense.
But
Why is it receiving? Let me think this through for a sec. Why would it be receiving that? Pretty much Sony team always watching. Maybe. Might have some Sony devs in the viewer pool. It wouldn't surprise me, but who knows? Maybe they're busy. I've heard PS5 is they're probably doing a lot of work on that stuff. So
you would hope so. So basically, it seems like a OX 180 packet gets overwritten by an OX C8 packet. But why does this happen?
yeah, we want it the other way around.
No, we do want it this way around.
Wait, hold on. Let me think this through.
Wait, can you look up the mbuff? Where does it store its size?
So I do have the mbuff struct definition in the strat.txt file.
Oh, okay, let me see. Where's strat? Is it the docs? No. Oh, there it is. Strat.
Yeah. All right, I'll get a MHDR.
Oh yeah.
Oh, too much. There we go. So yeah, it's stored in mhlen.
So we do in fact overwrite that.
We overwrite the header. Yeah, we overwrite the length. We don't smash the extended header though, which makes me wonder if maybe this. No, I don't. Why would the second? The data from the second packet should be overlapping with the extended header of the first packet because it's a union. So I don't think do all mbuffs in an mbuff chain have an extended header set? I thought it was only the first one, but maybe it's not. Maybe it sets it on all of them. I don't see why it would, but that's the only reason that would explain why we're not getting a crash. Can we we don't print out what we receive, right? Or do we? Can't remember. I gotta look back on the
I
log.
thought I did, but apparently I fucked it up.
Yeah, we're printing out the size that we're receiving, right?
Yeah.
Or
I mean, we can go back to Slayer Scovy's Park. key sprays with set sock opt.
Sorry, I just want to see breastfeed packet. Does this return an int64? No, it returns an actual integer. Okay, cool. I just want to see if like my theory is correct here, that we're receiving the data right. Probably gonna panic before I can run this other test. Yeah. I do want to run it though. Because if this works out the way I think it does, and the data overlap checks out, but we don't get a crash, it means that...
Wait, did you already run the test?
I added something. I added 1028 to print out the actual data.
You should have added this one.
Oh, I haven't ran it yet. I need to reboot the system, so...
Oh, okay, good. This is probably better. Because then we can distinguish the packets from the initial spray and the post spray. Which is probably what you want to do.
Yeah. We're at 40 beeps from... I think that's the running count from stream. Is that from the first stream? 40 seems low, because that's only 20 reboots, but I feel like we've done more than that, but maybe we haven't. Good luck, guys. I'm calling it a day. Alright, thanks for stopping by, QJ. I think it's this in last stream. Okay. Yeah, 40 seems too low for the 4 days. I don't think we're rebooted yet. I think we're still in the trying to snitch to Sony phase. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like either both of our packets don't have that thing set, or they do have it set.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking they both have it set. Okay, so we're getting 4-1. Oh, I did see a 5 come in. Yep. I can see it in the log. I'll let it finish, but I saw it. The data is getting overlaps because the 4 1s got replaced with 5 1s when we received a C8. I will paste that into log. But yeah, you can see in the log. I'm tracking your screen, that way I can see what you're looking at. But in the log, you'll be able to see at least one of the times when we received C8, it received the 5 1s as the packet data. Yeah.
You're right, and it is in between 180.
So the extended header must get set on the tail packet too. Which actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, I think that makes sense because it needs to read the header to know that it's the final packet, right? It needs to check for that IP6 more flag. So if it doesn't have that extended header on the last packet, it would never know if it needed to receive more. So yeah, I think we could continue this path, but we need to interleave to smash. Like, we couldn't smash using the same fragments, or using the fragments of the same packet. We'd have to use a different packet in between.
Wait, we're not fragmenting packets.
Well, sorry, what I mean is, like, so right now, we're trying to send a large packet.
Yeah, we're
and
sending regular UDP packets.
Internally, though, that packet is getting split into two mbuffs, right? So I don't think we can rely on that. I think we will have to send the fragments ourselves. And in between receiving like after sending one fragment, we'll have to send the corruption packet and then send the next fragment and then receive them afterwards, I think.
Well, we don't need to ever receive the fragmented packets we send. We can just keep sending like part 1 of fragment and then part 1 of the next fragment of the next packet and then part 1 of the third packet, because we don't really need to receive them.
I think we need to receive them to trigger it, don't we? Because we need the
No. So what we need to receive are the initial spray packets, the ones we override. But what we override them with, we don't need to receive. So essentially, if you want to send raw, like fragmented packets to a raw socket, you can do so. We don't need to receive them.
but the fragmented packets were what we want to overwrite.
Wait. Why are they what we want to override?
Because
Didn't you say that the UDP packets we are sending have the extended header set, like all of them?
the large packets will have the extended header set, yeah. But we want to trigger the double free in between the two fragments, which we can't do if we just send one big packet. Because, yeah, I think we want to, like, what I'm thinking of, if I go over to strat really quick, is, so we send fragment 1, which has the extended header, and then we send the overlap, or the corruption packet, and then we receive those packets. Trying to think this through. And then I think we'd send the second fragment and then receive fragments 1 and 2, if that makes sense. So what I'm thinking of there is basically we interleave the fragment and the corruption packet. That way when the double free happens, the corruption packet and the fragment packet are overlap. And that's where the corruption packet will smash the extended header of the first fragment. That's what I was kind of thinking of there. Maybe I'm making it overcomplicated. That's totally possible, but that's kind of where I was like thinking in my head.
I'm not entirely sure. So basically, what is unclear to me is what primitives we have and what of the two we're clearly missing. So if we send a UDP packet, does that allocate an extended header or does it not allocate an extended header?
I think it depends on the size. So if it's under 256, or if it's like, let's say it's like 8 bytes, then it won't have an extended header. Whereas if it has like 300 bytes or something, then it will have an extended header, I think.
But this is literally what I was trying to do. And it did not work. Unless I fucked up the payload, which we can verify.
I probably will need to restart the system, so I'll get that out of the way now while you make your modifications.
Alright, it's now spraying Fs, which in case it falls on a flag field will surely set the flag. Does that make sense?
I think I see what you're saying. Yeah. let me
Actually,
okay, hold on. Wait, so sorry, where's your overlap packet is where are you sending the overlap packet, sorry? Like the one to smash the extended header?
that one.
This one here. Okay. And you're sending it with a size of 200. And large packet. Right, okay, you smashed it all to S. Okay, right. Sorry. I was thinking maybe we weren't like we were leaving the pointers stale, but we wouldn't be with the way you wrote it, so yeah, that would be fine. Let's reboot the system. What I'm thinking might be happening and why yours might not be working is if you're smashing the extended header of the tail packet, maybe those pointers don't really get used. Whereas if you smash the pointers of the first packet, like the first part of the large UDP packet, then it would cause a crash. But that's just like pure speculation. We might have to look a little bit more into how the extended header is used between the head and the tail packets. But that's my like running theory. That's where I was thinking we might have to interleave them in between the fragments. Like right now we can only smash the tail packet no matter what.
I mean,
Or
if
the tail
we
fragment.
smash, how so?
Because so we're sending the large packet that allocates, let's say right now it allocates 2 M buffs, right? When we trigger the double free, it's always going to trigger on that second M buff. Because it's allocating both of them close together when we're just sending one large packet. If we send the fragmented packets ourselves, then we could choose between if we wanted to smash the tail packet or the second fragment or the first fragment, right?
Well, isn't the solution just sending even larger packets so it allocates 3 M buffs? Because then, if we like keep receiving and reallocating them, that should eventually end up smashed correctly, right?
I think even if you send 3 though, you're still going to be corrupting the tail no matter what. So we might still not see anything. I mean, we could try it, but
But I mean, if you corrupt the tail and you don't see anything, and you. Or we can send interleaved. Like,
that's what I was
one
thinking.
with 3 M buffs, one with 2 M buffs.
I'm just going to run this and see what happens really quick. So we're sending Fs.
Still C8. Huh.
Oh yeah, now we're not triggering it at all. Yeah, I don't think we triggered
Oh,
it
we did
once.
trigger. We did trigger it.
Where did we trigger it?
Yeah, I did see C8.
Okay, let me copy this over and we'll see in the log.
Yeah. This.
Oh, okay, but we didn't actually smash data like we did before.
Oh, it is, because I just sprayed the same data.
Oh, okay.
I
But
was
no.
hoping if it's Fs and it checks for a bit field that this is set.
Yeah, but still no crash. Okay. Um, we could try sending larger packets to see if like if we set this to like 280, we could try that and see if we trigger the crash, but I have a feeling we probably won't.
Sounds good.
Oh, Z's giving out beeps like Oprah Winfrey over here. It's funny because I'm logged in and have the stream previewing on my Spectre Dev account, and I have like 31,000 channel points, so I could just totally like uh mess things up. Well, Lolo cheering in 1,000 bits. Thank you for the 1,000 bit cheer. Appreciate it. Yeah, Z, they're really easy for me to miss. I think just because of they blend into chat easier. Like a sub does like the different text color and everything, whereas the bits are, I mean, the text color is different, but it doesn't like separate it the same way it does with subs. So it's harder for me to see. But yeah, thank you for the bit donation. Let me just send that through. And there we go.
Maybe we need to receive more.
How do y'all get so many points? I've watched all 4 days, only have like 2K. So pretty much every stream of the podcast we do on Mondays, I keep the stream open in another window while Z streams it, and I watch that on my personal account. So I have accumulated channel points across every single stream we've done basically since they've introduced channel points. So I probably have the maximum amount you can accrue, um, without having like infinite from being the channel host. I have maximum power. All right. I think we can tweak the rate at which channel points are given, but I am not sure on that. I know you can tweak the amount of the things cost, but I'm not sure if you can tweak the amount that are given. If you chat more, you'll get more points. That's actually a fair point, or like a fair question. Do chat messages give you channel points? Not actually sure if they do or not.
I think I'm ready to test.
We should hopefully be back up and running, yeah. Torian, thank you for the bits. I know Z already thanked you, but I'll thank you too. You occasionally get quick time events to click the box to get bonus points. Oh yeah, but it's like 25 or yeah, it's like 60. Doesn't give you a ton, but okay, let's give this a test.
Oh wait, chill. No. Now it has every possible trigger.
I am seeing some 180s and 280s interleaved, so good.
Yeah, 180 and 280, I do send them interleaved.
Yeah, no crash yet.
Yeah, I'm really expecting a crash now.
Okay, we're frozen at after 83.
That may be fine.
Okay, so log is updated.
Yeah, so it's definitely not working the way we assume. So I assume that sending a large packet gives me one with the extended header set, and sending a smaller packet gives me one with the extended header not set. So this assumption isn't true. I don't know which part.
Well, what I was thinking
Probably.
was it's a true assumption. It's just that you're smashing the extended header on the last packet, which isn't used. That's what my thinking is.
But does the last packet tell you the size?
Uh,
Because the UDP packet knows its size, so it doesn't make sense. Besides, due to the setup, I would have assumed to smash a bunch of packets, not just the last one. Because we're doing 3 allocations and 2 allocations interleaved, and then freeing them and reallocating them. So if it was just that, then I surely would have smashed the packet once.
So the length of the packet isn't taken from the extended header; it's taken from the standard header.
Yeah, right. But that's probably because this one we successfully override.
Well, we overlap it. I don't think we overwrite it though. Like we smash it with the header of another packet, but we don't have arbitrary control of the header.
Yeah, but if for one the packet header would be set and for the other it wouldn't be, then we would definitely have smashed the extended header. Unless it's not the case.
Good night. Thanks for stopping by, Danoko. Good night, man.
I think. Oh, wait. So the normal header has the flag, right?
The normal header has flags, yeah.
And this here should be the extended header, right?
Which, sorry?
The MH extended.
Let me.
That should be in here, otherwise it makes no sense.
Is it in here where it gets set? Yeah, it checks M flags. M flags, not MH flags. So that comes from the normal header, not the packet header. It seems. Just reading the code, it's.
I think we're doing it wrong. I think we missed something.
Where does M flags? Point 2. That's got to be in the. Let's just look at this really quick. mbuff.h. mhdr. This is going to have.
I think I know what our issue is.
Oh, yeah, sorry, okay. It is reading MH flags. It's a macro. Goddamn macros. Okay, I was a bit confused there, sorry. What were you saying you think our issue might be?
I think I figured it out. So, assuming we send a large packet which does have the extended header set such that it uses this pointer, right? If we overlap it with the smaller one, which we control the data here, but it also overrides the header and unsets the flag.
I don't think we can ever control that header.
No, I mean, we replace the whole mbuff. So the large packet mbuff with the size of, let's say, 180 does have the flag set in the header, and it does use a pointer in this union. But the small one does not use the pointer, but instead the data buffer, which we control, but it does not have the flag set here. So by replacing the mbuff struct, we essentially unsetting this flag so that we're never using that thing again.
I don't think we actually can replace the entire mbuff though. That's what I mean. I think this header is internally managed. I don't think we can ever like smash this arbitrarily. I think
No,
either.
I'm not saying we smashing this. I'm saying we're replacing the whole mbuff due to our use of the free primitive.
Oh, I see. You're saying we're hitting the overlapped header with the single header, and that's removing the flag, so it never gets used.
Yeah.
Okay, now I follow. Um, Sorry, I thought you were initially saying we were like arbitrarily controlling the header content. I was like,
No, no,
okay.
no.
Thank you for the 10-bit donations, Kelly, by the way, as well as the 2-bit. Yeah, so that makes sense actually. Yeah, we're basically, ooh, yeah, that's how do we get around that? Um, because no matter what way you slice it, if we overlap a single mbuff with an mbuff chain, it's gonna remove that flag. Um, Ooh, yeah, this is actually like really tough. I'm trying to think of how we could deal with that. It's kind of a catch 22. If you overwrite it with another packet to get the flag set, then you're not going to be able to control the extended header. And if you want to control the data where the extended header would be, the flag gets removed. Um, so I think I understand a little bit more about what people were saying with Sleer's Gobi, because one of the things he was saying, I can't remember if it was in that message that you read out earlier in Russian, which was awesome. Um, he said he got the double free working, but not the type confusion. And at the time, I wasn't really sure what he meant by that because I was thinking you would either go one route or the other. But no, I think you have to go both. I think you have to combine the type confusion in order to get the overlap that we're talking about. Because if we go back to the X and U report from Flow, where he mentioned the type confusion, moreover, since M pullup removes the flag and packet header, we essentially have a type confusion. It might be possible to dereference untrusted pointers of packet header. So I'm thinking this is the part we're missing. I'm just trying to figure out how that factors in. So it's possible to get the double free on the M buff. M pullup, which is part of the double free, removes the packet header flag from the. So I guess it would remove that flag from the overlapped buffer, right? Which would give the type confusion.
What is the M packet header flag? What is that flag exactly?
Start of record is the comment on it. But let me see where it's actually like some code context. This is where I want to look. It's 6. 6. Let's look at fragment here for a sec. So frag 6 input, so it checks the flags for packet header. Um, I wonder if there's a man page that goes into this. This is OpenBSD. Or actually, no, sorry, I want FreeBSD, not OpenBSD. Why not use the middle mouse button to quickly open a new tab from a hyperlink? I do use that sometimes. It depends on like time of day, honestly, if I use that or not. If the M packet header flag is set, a struct. Let me zoom in here. A struct packet header is added to the mbuff header. It contains a pointer to the interface the packet has been received from, and the total packet length. Additionally, it may also contain an attached list of packet tags. Fields used in offloading checksum calculation to the hardware kept in the M packet header as well. If small enough, data is stored in an internal data buffer of an nbuff. If the data is sufficiently large, another mbuff may be added to the mbuff chain, or an external storage source may be associated with it. mhlen bytes of data can fit into the mbuff with the packet header flags set. mlen buffs or mlen bytes can otherwise. Okay, so what's confusing me? Oh, okay. Arbitrary. I gotta throw in the obligatory fuck unions here. Okay, I was getting confused by the union again. So if the packet header flag is set, then this struct gets used. If it's not set, then you control the entirety through the data buffer.
Yes.
So if that flag gets popped off, then you can smash this packet header as well as this packet header. If it's set.
Yes, but if the flag gets unset, the data won't be used anymore.
Yeah, that packet header won't be interpreted as a packet header. Yeah. Right.
Can you check one thing for me, which is the set socked op IP proto IPv6? Does that allocate an mbuff?
The RTHDR sock option?
Yeah.
I feel like I looked at this before and it was like a really complex call chain, but let's see if we can take a look here. Is this set sock opt? CTL output.
Because that may be the solution to our problem. Because if set socked op allocates an mbuff only if there isn't already one, we can use that. Because like I've looked into a different exploit and it also did set sock opts, so you can do like all of everything with socked ops.
Okay, so here's the RTHDR case in set sock opt. So it allocates a stack buffer, message length validation. So it allocates with malloc for a the option information. I don't see an mbuff being used here, but I'm just trying to see if I'm missing something. Because I remember this function, I looked into it for the last exploit that was in IPv6 back in 2020, and it used generic like malloc memory. It didn't use an mbuff, or at least that's not what we did. We didn't corrupt anything that had to do with an mbuff. So I don't see an mbuff being used anywhere here. it's all either on the stack or unless, where is this buff coming from? Does it do it higher up maybe? IP6 set packet option, so let's just do a check where that's called from. So it's called from PCB ops. Option is from packet options. Set packet ops, and this is where it sends the. Yeah, there are mbuffs being used higher up, so maybe that's where the mbuffs come into play there. THDR. Is it in here? Sorry, this. Let me just copy this like really large ass function into something else so I can like look at it better, because this is killing my eyes here. Look at how big this is. It's such a big function.
That's what she said.
Like, it's actually insane. This is a 676 line function. So was it a no, I don't think it was a, yeah, it was this one here. So it doesn't use an mbuff at this point because it copies the data into opbuff storage, which is a stack buffer, which then gets passed to PCB opt. So let's get that really quick. So I'll bring that over. Actually, I've got an idea here. Make rid of like all of this crap. That way we have less shit to deal with. Okay. So in here, we'll do a little break. That way we note that we are splicing them together. So PCB opt, this calls this, which passes the stack buffer here, and that buffer gets used, it's passed to set packet option. Which is where it gets, let's just copy that over too. THDR. Okay, I think this is the case I care about. Where did we have that break? It was right here, yeah? Okay. And then we'll get rid of all this stuff too. All right. So now I have a little bit of cleaned up code so I can follow it without losing my marbles. So it copies into a stack buffer. Did we get rated? Oh, sorry, did I miss that?
Yeah.
All house red, rating with 75. Welcome in, dudes. We're doing some some kernel exploitation with the PS4, or at least we're trying to. We're trying to exploit it double free. What were you guys up to over at Al Hazred's channel? What were you guys doing?
That's what she said. We just got raided. What? I don't get.
We did some Active Directory hacking. I was gonna say. Fellow practitioner of the dark arts. That sounds fun. Try hack me. Attactive directory. Nice. Sounds fun. Yeah, check out Al Hazred's channel. There's some more hacking related streams just like us. So I'm sure there's overlap in our audiences. You guys would probably like his streams as well. He streams like way more than we do, I'm pretty sure. Like we stream like once or twice a week. I think he streams like how many times do you stream, Al Hazred? I think you stream like at least like 3 to 4 days a week, right? But yeah, I'm a professional penetration tester, red teamer, and I teach others my eldritch magics. 3 times per week I stream. Yeah, there you go. Streams a little bit more than we do because we do the podcast and we usually do one of these streams per week. So, all right. So we go PCB opt. That takes a stack buffer, which then copies the. What does it do with buff here? It passes that along to set packet option, which then takes it to RTH. It directly dereferences that stack buffer from higher up. Yeah, bottom line, I do not see an mbuff being used at all here. Which is strange, because I feel like it has to use it somewhere, because otherwise, why would Sleerscovey use it?
Well, he also sprays pipes, which I don't quite understand. I mean, spraying pipes is a really good heap, like spraying primitive, but it's not mbuffs.
Yeah, I think last stream you chalked it up to like heap feng shui, just trying to get things lined up in the heap, but
Oh,
not
he doesn't
necessarily
even
being.
use the pipe spray.
So it could either be trying to shape the heap, or it could just be like a leftover code that doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's leftover code because he doesn't really use it.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a bit of code which isn't used.
All right. Yeah. Unless I mean I can post this over. I'll put it into log. We'll use that as our scratch file. I put it in there. Maybe you see something I don't, but I don't see a mbuff being used in there at all anywhere.
So what I'm currently thinking of is how the hell does he handle this issue with the extended header flag? Because he starts with a similar setup that we do, which is having both both packets allocated of the same type.
I'm thinking it's got to
But
be related to this sock opt, but I don't see where an mbuff is used in that chain.
I think it's related to the second packet that he sends, because we somehow need to figure out how to either modify the struct content without touching the header field, or modifying the header field without touching the struct content, which kinda is in itself a bug already. Right?
Yeah.
So Like, I'm pretty sure there is no function which does either of these two things, because if there were, that would be a bug.
Let's just reread this really quick. So since mPullup removes the flag, we essentially have a type confusion. What I'm confused on the wording here is if he means we have a type confusion on the UAF, like if you can overlap and cause a type confusion on another object, or if they mean a type confusion on the object that's already, or like before it gets UAF. No, that wouldn't make sense though. But then the only way this makes sense is if there's a race aspect involved. So if you have two different packets, right, and you overlap them, and you make it so that the M pull up on the first packet removes the flag off of the second one, then how does that help you though? Because you need the flag not to be set and then to be set, not the other way around.
Well, the source layer Scorpio does send another, like, remember the delayed packet?
Mm-hmm.
Which in fact is fragmented. So he may be triggering that shit twice. Intentionally.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my question is like, I don't see how removing the flag helps you unless you can remove it like after the uh no, even then I don't see how it would work. I'm just trying to see how this gains you anything, right? Like, yeah, removing the flag in theory, if you can remove that flag and get data sprayed in, then you can corrupt the packet header. But like you were saying, if that flag needs to be set for it to be treated that way, unless it checks it higher up and then it never checks it again. In which case, if it's used after it's removed, um, then maybe it's still used even though it shouldn't be. This is tricky to try to like work out in your head.
I think the key to the question is, like in Slayer Scovy's exploit, where does this magic like packet come from? Like he receives a packet from a socket where when there shouldn't be a packet in that socket pending. So where the hell does that packet come from?
So let's look at Slur's POC. Yeah, you're talking about bad 2, right?
Yeah.
Because let's take a look at bad 2. Um, so let me just look. Pop mbuff. What does this do? Right. Okay. So he uses. Yeah, he has all those spray sockets where he receives on one and on the other. Um. Free both overlap controlled.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. But basically, that should free both buffers.
Any progress? No, we have made zero progress. No, we've made
Well,
progress.
we figured out what we're doing wrong, or like where the problem is. We just haven't figured out yet how to solve it.
Yeah, which I would still consider progress. Like, We're figuring out more and more as we go along. Exploitation's a journey, not a destination. Yeah, so the delayed packet gets sent to the bad 1 port, but never to the bad 2 port. And bad 2 is set to Q, which is set to the peak embo. Okay. Maybe I have it pieced together. Just thinking it through. So, you know how when we did this, like the tagged spray, we ended up with that case where the we could get the index of where the next corrupted packet would be, like through the tags.
Yeah, he does. He has the same thing.
He has the same thing, but across different sockets. So he's
Yes.
corrupting the mbuffs, and he's finding. So he does eventually, like early on, he does spray to the bad 2 port, and he finds where bad 1 and bad 2 have that kind of corruption that we were experiencing.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the magic packet comes from, because he doesn't actually receive it up here. He just peeks it, right? Which is where we're kind of fucked because we can't peek.
Oh, this isn't my question though. Like here at this point, he has the one that he sprayed earlier, right?
Yeah.
So this one he can receive. My question is, what does he receive here?
376. $376 or 380? Yeah, 376. I'm assuming.
No, 420.
Oh yeah.
Where does this one come from? This is what I don't understand. Because for 376, that is the packet he sends, is the delayed packet that he sends. Because that will be delivered to the bed 1 socket, because he sends it to the corresponding port. Which is not obvious to me is how yet another packet ends up in the bed 2 socket.
I think it's the fake mbuff he crafts in userland. I think what happens is he smashes an mbuff, and then how he utilizes that corruption is he makes it point to another fake mbuff that he controls in userland, and then when he pops that mbuff, he's receiving the fake one he crafted, I think. And then when that happens, he triggers the data he set up in userland to get used and dereferenced, and that's when he gets the code execution. And he does that through that free extended header function pointer.
Are these mbuffs a linked list?
Yeah, an mbuff chain is basically a linked list of mbuffs.
So you can have an mbuff set in kernel space, which points to an mbuff set in user space.
Which I think is exactly what he does here with mbuff fake on 395. And that kernel payload where he gets the function pointer hijack, that lines up with I think that lines up with ext free and the extended header.
All right, but then the much more interesting question is, how does he get a kernel mbuff point to user space?
That is the pinnacle question. Yeah. These pro tips are very useful. Yeah, I love our pro tips. They're great.
Does that have to do something with memory exhaustion?
So he mmaps the mbuff fake, he sets it up. And he mmaps it at the same address as oh god. This is doing a read of a pointer at RTHDR, right? So that would be this is a
No, it's just dereferencing RTHDR.
yeah, but I'm trying to see where he sets up a pointer in there. Like he's dereferencing the pointer at RTHDR, right? But where does he set that up? Because
I think I may be figuring it out. How the fuck does x86 work?
in regards to what?
Like virtual memory.
It depends on. Are you talking about how like the virtual and physical page mapping works?
Kinda, yeah. Especially with privilege separation.
So in x86 with kernel, if you're talking about how user space memory is separated from kernel space,
Yes.
It's basically a user space limit. I think user space can use all the memory up until 8. I think here maybe. So I think it can go up to. I think that's the user space limit, basically. So anything above this, I think, is counted as kernel memory, and anything below this is counted as userland memory. I think I can confirm that because I think I had the limit in my 4.05 write up because I think it was relevant. Yeah, a kernel address is noted by having the hex. Yeah, that bit set. So anything with if that bit is set, then it's a kernel address essentially. So if we go into our strat notes, I'll just put it in here. That's from my notes. There we go. So in strat.text, I have the layout of what it looks like from userland and kernel, and then all the different parts of kernel segregated between stack, heap, and .text.
All right, I think here comes this crazy idea which I totally didn't consider because it's not a thing on ARM exploitation. What if the fake mbuff that he crafts in user space isn't technically in user space, or actually that we don't have a kernel pointer actually pointing there, but instead it literally falls into that allocation?
I don't know if I follow.
Can you, like, if you look at the userland spray, right? he maps a lot of memory. If you look at the mmap line, let me go to your annotated so we're both looking at the same thing. Where the fuck is here?
Yep, so he mmaps as read write. Well,
Yeah,
it's
but look at
just
this. Look at the size. That's huge. That's like, what is that? 8 gigs? 16 gigs?
that would be 1 gig, I think, right? Let me just make sure I did that right. Oh no, sorry, no, that's way more. Wait. No, wait, sorry. Let me look at the thing for mmap, previously mmap. Is that the
It's like,
size or the address? I
no,
can't
that's the
remember the.
size. That's
Yeah, because
like
I think the
16.
first one is the. Yeah, it's address then length. So 1 shifted by 33.
That's like 16 gigs
Dude, that should
for 8.
fail. That shouldn't even be possible. That should return -1 immediately.
So this is either 8 or 16 gigs.
1 by 33. Uh, 8 gigs. 8.5
8
gigs.
gig.
Um. So this is where he's having trouble. Is on this point. People were saying like
Yeah.
that message you translated earlier was saying that he couldn't allocate enough memory or something, or he couldn't allocate all the memory of the system. But why does he need to do that? Like, what weird voodoo thing is he doing where he needs to consume all the memory possible in the system?
Alright, what if you don't actually. I mean. So he sprays a lot of buffers before, right?
Yep.
And he frees a lot of buffers after. So if you're lucky, then this allocation points to a page where no other allocations are, like where no other allocations exist. So essentially the page can be freed and reused.
He's trying to free the zone in order to get it into the general allocator. Is that what you're saying?
Potentially, yes.
That makes a
So
lot of sense, actually. That
I'm
would
not
clear
really
up a lot of
sure
things.
how this shit works on x86 because I feel like this is one of the nuances that I don't know because this is like totally not a thing doing it that way on ARM. But is it possible that he then somehow tries to, I don't know what voodoo magic he uses, but somehow reclaim that exact memory in user space with the kernel for some reason still having a valid pointer to that?
So I think what's happening is I think you might be right. I think he's exhausting the zones, or sorry, he's trying to clear the zones in order to get the zones released back to the general allocator. When he does that, he uses the set sock op spray to claim that memory. And you can see here on line 69 on Sublime Text, he calls malloc here, and that gets like you can control the contents of that malloc buffer. It's a user passed container. So I think he's getting the zone released to the general allocator. He's using the set sock op to claim that memory and spray arbitrary contents there. Then when the UAF happens and it goes to read that header, you can completely control the flags and you completely control the header itself. which is where you get that hijack.
Holy shit, we figured it out.
Yeah. But getting this to work on the PS4 is extremely difficult. Because
Well, here's the thing that I don't understand. Or actually, I might understand. How do you get the page released from the zone?
I think FreeBSD will do that internally if the zone is emptied. Like on the last UMA-Z free call, if the zone is empty, it will release it back to malloc or whatever, like the general zone. But I mean, shit, like the reason this is probably presenting so much more of a headache on the PS4 is the PS4's memory model is unique. It's not like a PC's. The PS4 uses a unified memory model, which means your memory is actually shared between the CPU and the GPU. So there's limits on how much memory you can actually fuck with. Because I think 2 gigs is reserved for the system. I think as a game you get 4 gigs for the I'm trying to think if you get I'm trying to remember what the split is between GPU memory, CPU memory, and system memory. There is a split. I just can't remember what it is.
I think GPU gets 3, if I remember correct.
That sounds like it might be about right. I don't know if this is documented anywhere.
So no, the one thing that I don't quite understand is why does he need to exhaust system memory in first place?
Probably because he needs to get a lot of pages freed in order to increase the chances of the right page getting released back to the allocator. That's my guess.
I mean, I've seen he had tried pipe buffs before, and I did write exploits before, which use pipe buffs, which are really convenient. Because, yeah, now that I think of it, this is kind of our best chance to...
These are the worst slides ever. Who does this? Look at this shit. What is this? White background with white text? This is horrible. But I think this might have what I'm looking for with the memory model.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure this is relevant how much memory is split.
It just says unified memory.
I think what's more important is to know the PS4 page size.
It's hex 4000 on PS4. So it's 16 kilobytes page size. So we'd probably have to allocate a lot of pages of 16, because that's the other thing too, actually, which is a good point that you brought up. I didn't even think about it. On normal FreeBSD, like in a VM or something, your page size is going to be hex 1000. It's going to be 4 kilobytes. But on PS4, for whatever reason, Sony changed it to hex 4000. It's 4 times bigger on the PS4. So not only
16K.
Yeah, not only do you have less memory to work with on the PS4, but the pages are also bigger. So that's going to fuck with your chances of getting that page released back to the allocator, right?
I mean, not necessarily. I've done such exploits before, which is Vintex. I mean, I've done shit like that before.
Yeah, I've heard of this exploit strategy being used. I never even considered it for this exploit, but I understand why Sleer's Gobi hasn't been able to implement it yet if this is the case, because this exploit strategy is such a pain in the ass to get working. Like I would really
slides.
I would really hope we could go another route, honestly, because this route has instability written all over it. Even if you get it to work, like it's possible it only works like 1 in every 20 times, which
I
really.
mean, if you're interested, I can send you slides of a similar exploit. Here you go.
Yeah, for sure. Can I pull it up on stream? Is that fine?
Sure, it's public.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I don't think we have time to go through the slides.
Oh, it's
So
taking a
we
long
can
time to
just
load. 128
yeah,
slides.
yeah, it's
Crazy.
perfect for 1 hour.
Okay.
So maybe just skip over them. But so I think the first part is XNU, which is not really interest. I mean, maybe calloc and malloc and shit like that is also important. Oh yeah, the light speed bug you can also skip through. Um,
So you're talking about multiple different bugs in this. So do you know which bug it was related to?
yeah, so this one, the next one, IPC voucher UAV.
Okay.
So basically, just
I
so
don't
you
know
get
how it
an idea
works.
what we're gonna do now. Oh yeah, I don't know how that shit works. Basically,
Wasn't that the Project Zero, like the Ian Beer bug?
dude, the
I mean that
Ian
doesn't
Beer
narrow it
bug.
down. That doesn't narrow it down, I
Yeah,
know.
you know how little that narrows it down.
Okay, but one of his bugs. Um Oh yeah, this guy's crazy too. I remember this guy. Release page from voucher zone, realloc page in KLX zone and fill with controlled. Yeah, exactly. So it's the same strategy pretty much. If I'm right.
Yeah,
Which I think we're right. I think we're right.
yeah, should be something like that.
I'm not gonna lie, I really hate that strategy. I don't even know if I wanna like fuck with it. Like I really hope there's another way. Uh but I don't know if I see one because like you said, like you're caught between two rocks when it comes to trying to exploit within the same zone. You can't
Yeah,
control, like you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't control the flag and control the header information. You get one or the
dude,
other.
I never understood that saying with the cake. Why the fuck would I have a cake if I can't eat it?
It's a weird saying. I think it means you can't eat your cake and then eat it again. Like you can't eat it twice, basically. But yeah, it's a really weird proverb. But
I've heard it like, but I never understood that.
yeah,
Yeah. Anyways, you can skip through the next couple slides because there's fancy animations. Just so you know what we're gonna do.
yeah, I forgot. iOS kernel has GC, doesn't it? That must be fun to fuck with. It's got to make it even more hell. So these are pages, right? These green boxes. That's what the P is. Page.
No, P is port, I think.
Okay.
So the squares. So this light green back thingy is the page.
Okay. I see. So the teal is the page, and then the green is the ports in the page.
Yeah, and then we overlap shit with other shit.
And you
Like
use pipes to do that.
Yeah, this is what I want to do because this is the thing with pipes. If you have a non-blocking pipe, um,
You can just
then
keep
that
passing
shit
data
gets
through.
no, it actually gets allocated in the kernel. So this is your perfect allocation primitive. And I've
If pipes
seen
work
that.
the same way between XNU and BSD. I don't know if they do or not.
I mean, XNU literally has a BSD part. Let me look up a graphic of what BSD XNU looks like.
Okay.
What fucking presentation was that? 36C3 slides.
You know what's great about like figuring out the way Sleer-Scovey's exploit works is I don't feel super dumb for not getting that right away, because that is such a complex strategy of exploiting this. It's crazy.
Yeah, because I've also noticed that he does a timing. In userland spray, he measures time, which is an indicator to trying and trigger the garbage collection. Because I've done that too, which is basically if you try to allocate a page and it takes certain amount of time, you can you know that it is like just an allocation. If it takes more time, then you can guess that the garbage collector run and actually freed a couple of pages. And if it takes even more time, then potentially more pages got mapped in. So using the timing side channel, you can basically tell whether the garbage collector run or not. I also used that in one of my exploits.
Yeah, so you're basically timing attacking the
Yeah.
allocator. Damn, that's crazy shit. But it's also really cool. But it's also probably going to be like super unstable.
All right, so this is how XNU looks like if you take a look at slide 24 from that presentation.
So Watchtower, that's trusted trusted execution environment. EL1 is kernel. Okay.
So yeah, XNU looks exactly like that. You have BSD and Mac, and then this weird IO kit on top.
And then just like other weird shit around it.
Well, this other weird shit that's like
Oh, that's IO kit.
That's IO kit.
Okay. That's like so weird.
Yeah, I actually stole that from Ziguza. I mean, I asked him if I can use that, but yeah, it was his graphic.
That's pretty good illustration, I think. All right. Well,
Anyways,
what's that?
yeah.
You can go first.
Oh no, you go first.
I was just gonna say I'm really happy we figured out why Sleer-Scovey's works the way it does. It clears up like pretty much every question I've had over the last like 4 streams. So, um, but yeah, were you gonna suggest something?
Um, one thing before that, I don't quite understand yet why he tries to exhaust so much memory. Like that doesn't make sense to me because you don't really need it. So I'm wondering if that's actually another thing that I don't understand, or whether this is actually him doing like more complicated than necessary.
No,
It's
I think
kind
it
of hard
circles
to
back to
tell.
what I was saying. Just you want to exhaust as much memory as you can. That way, it makes it more likely you get a page back that you want. Like the more pages that get allocated and released back, or sorry, the more pages that get released back to get taken up by the kmalloc, the more likely your exploit will be successful, right? And I think that's why he tries to apply so much memory pressure. Is he's basically like shaping the allocator to do what he wants, I think.
Yeah, but you can do so without exhausting all the memory.
It could be something weird with PS4 unified memory. It could be something like strange with that. I could see that being the case.
Let's hope it's just one of his tactics, because if you go back to the other presentation, I can show you how I did that.
Do you know what slide or roughly what slide?
It's the one where the pages start. No, go back. To go back.
Here.
where the memory starts. Even back.
Oh, further back?
Yeah. Like when all the thing is gray.
Okay.
So yeah, maybe I can walk you through these couple of slides. Yeah, step 1. Okay, this is memory.
Impromptu Teamstar conference presentation. Virtual conference.
Yeah, virtual conference. Let's do this. So this is memory. Next slide, please. Yeah, it is divided into pages. In our case, it's 16K. Next slide.
All right.
All right, some pages are filled with holes, which is not exactly relevant to our exploit strategy. Okay.
Okay.
Next.
GC vouchers, are those relevant?
Yeah, so this is kind of, so the idea is to fill in like some unrelated allocations to ideally in a zone which doesn't fill up, where the allocations don't fill up a whole page, maybe some calloc, or I don't know, maybe small, I actually know. So basically the idea is that you fill up, let's say 2 or 3 full pages, which we later use for the garbage collection, which you'll see in a second. All right, next slide.
So, is this really relevant for what we're doing though? Because if the zone is
Yes.
all M buffs, then we just need to fill it with M buffs, right? We don't need to fill it with other. Well, we can't fill it with other types of.
We can use mbuffs for that, which is actually a good idea. So we probably should. So the GC vouchers, we should probably use mbuffs for that, and then we allocate before vouchers, which are also mbuffs in our case. So we have a page layout which looks like that, where we have like some mbuffs in the page, but they don't fill up the whole page, right?
Okay.
All right, next. So here, once
Did I
that
go ahead too
loads, okay.
far? Sorry.
Target, yeah, we allocate the target mbuff, which in our case is the double free. So I think what we want to do here is we want to have it to this layout. But remember where we have the tagged allocations, and then we know where the next one is in there.
Yeah.
So we want to like overlap it with the buffer to a different sockets. So the one we're overlapping with should actually end up in a different one.
Okay.
Basically, yeah. Anyway, so what we want to do is have the target in there, and then free it and free every other, but one allocation. So we want to still have one dangling pointer to that one page, but every other allocation inside that zone should be freed. Okay.
Okay.
So basically we want to only have one single mbuff pointing inside a page where all of them are freed. And then we free like our before sprays. Okay, next slide. And then we also free the GC ones. Yeah, free GC vouchers. Okay, next slide. And then we want to trigger a garbage collection. So I'm not sure how on PS4 that works, if it gets immediately collected, because at some point in iOS it doesn't. Which means then there is, oh, actually there used to be a syscall to manually trigger a zone garbage collection, but that got removed. So then basically the idea is to slowly allocate back and measure the time. And then if the allocation you have a peak, then you know that the garbage collection actually triggered. And at that point, we can spray pipe buffs, basically. And once we did that, we can just receive the dangling M buff and we're good to go.
So here I was thinking when this first came out, this looks nice. This might be easier to exploit than the last IP6 bug. I was so fucking wrong.
I mean, it looks like a solid strategy to me. It doesn't look too bad. Like, I took a look at the iOS exploit, which was released a couple days ago, and there you literally have like an arbitrary kernel right, and you still can't do shit with it.
Wait, on iOS, sorry?
Yeah.
Couldn't you do like a data only, like corrupt a port or something? Like a task
Not
port?
anymore. Not anymore, because ports, like you want to have like a kernel port, but they are like checked. Like all APIs which take ports, check if it's the kernel port and then reject or panic the device.
Ooh, that sucks. All right.
And
So I'm gonna be totally honest. I think I might look off stream to see if there's another strategy that will be easier because, well, not easier, but more stable. Because this sounds like stability hell. I could see us trying to implement this strategy and spending hours just trying to get it to even like run once or something. um, like
I mean,
it's this will be easy.
pretty,
Like, sorry, go ahead.
I had pretty good stabilities with the exploits I wrote, and these instabilities weren't really related to were related to other things. So that's not as bad as it sounds.
The problem is though, like on iOS, you were able to debug this somewhat, right? Like you already had a jailbroken device and you could.
No,
No?
no,
Okay, fair
hell
enough.
no. I did that shit on the Apple Watch.
Oh shit, okay. But
That
like,
would reboot like 5 minutes until you can try to get it connecting back.
so it's basically the PS4. PS4 is the same
Kinda,
thing. It's like 5 minutes.
kinda. Yeah. So that was terrible. I'm so glad I got rid of that shit once I was done.
Well, we might be back to that. I don't know.
Ugh.
We'll see, I guess. Um, I might cut off the stream a little bit early tonight though, like within the next couple like 5 minutes or something, just because um we have figured out a lot. I think we've progressed quite a bit today in figuring out what his strategy does and why our strategy won't work. Like we might not have written a lot of new code today, but we definitely learned a lot of what the fuck's going on and how much we're gonna end up hating life if we keep going down the path we might have to go. Um, Off stream, like I said, I might just do some digging, like, and the reason I'm probably gonna do it off stream is it's probably just gonna take like 10 hours of just reading code, to try to see if there's like different paths I can take. It's gonna be a lot of rabbit holes, which is we have been doing on streams too, but um, I'd like to hopefully get further on the next stream. So yeah, I might just go looking around, see if I can find like a strategy that looks promising that isn't uh just completely bombarding the page allocator until we like use that strategy you uh thoroughly described in your slides. If not though, we'll probably have to fall back on that. It will really fucking suck and we'll just have to struggle through it, I guess. Um
I think, I mean, sure, it's a good idea to take a look of like on the alternative path, but I'm gonna like real talk that ideally you want to have either something that sets the flag but don't touches the buffer, or something that touches the buffer but don't sets the flag, which one case, as you already described, is a high level check and then low level function which don't check again,
yeah.
which might be viable. But other than that, if you find something that would be a bug on its own, and I think it's unlikely to find either a function that does that, or like function call tree whatever, or it's gonna be pretty hard to use. And the other thing is that if we either find something there, or so the other option which I see is racing it, like having a tight race, potentially multi-threaded,
That's exactly what I was
where
thinking.
you could like set or unset the flag, and then have maybe another thread override it, which might be easier to code, but I don't. I really think that would be much worse for stability than doing some like allocator shaping.
You
Because
might be right, honestly.
yeah,
Yeah. And the only way we'd really know for sure is if we tried. Um, the reason I might edge towards trying the race or something else is Slier's Govy's already going down the path of shaping the allocator. So if he manages to get it working and then he finishes it, um, then that's where I'm thinking if we want to go down an alternate path. If it works out better, then great. Maybe we end up with a more stable exploit that'll be easier for people to use. If it ends up being worse, then we can like Slurskovy's implementation is still there, right? Like where I think we might be able to add value by trying to go a different route. Just that way, we're not like reinventing the wheel, so to speak, at the end
I
result.
mean, you kind of have a point there. I mean, what you're saying kind of makes sense, but honestly, I really don't think like the other path is better. Like for me personally, going the route of racing just sounds worse. I really think that we can get a stable exploit by going the heap shaping route, and like yeah. So this is what I would do for exploiting.
Okay.
But yeah, definitely we should take a look at what's available. Maybe you find something cool. But honestly, if there isn't like a really super good primitive, I would just go for that. Because I mean, it's honestly not too bad. You do some allocation, you do some freeing, trigger the bug, and spray, and then you're pretty much done.
All right. So yeah, so I'll probably end the stream in a few minutes. I will take a look at some of those other paths off stream, and I'll even coordinate with you actually, Teamstar and DMs, and send you anything that I find, and
Sure.
we can talk about it a little bit there, and then we'll be good for the next stream. In terms of the next stream, I don't know when exactly it'll be, considering I want to look at some of those other paths, and then we have the podcast stuff on the weekend that I have to get done, like researching topics. We have the podcast on Monday. I'm thinking it might be Wednesday or Thursday next week. Do those days work for you? Like Wednesday,
Yeah,
Thursday?
sure.
Yeah, and probably the same
Potentially
time.
potentially Thursday, because then it's like just 1 week later.
Yeah, that's what I'm
But yeah,
thinking
we
too.
can. Yeah.
Um, we will. Z makes up really nice and pretty images for when we do have a like time. So when we get something nailed down, we'll let you guys know through the Discord and the Twitter. If you're not already following us on those mediums, the link should be down below in the channel. We have our Discord there. I don't think we have our Twitter, but we should have a command for that, I think. Nope, we don't. Okay, never mind. Make me look foolish. Why don't you stream elements? Okay. I will link our Twitter though. You can follow us on Twitter though, if you're not following us there, and join our Discord. That said, I think we will wrap up the stream here. Was there any like final things you wanted to bring up, Teamstar, before we jump out?
Uh, I mean, I think the plan is pretty solid. Just to recap, we'll investigate other methods, and then probably next stream decide which route we want to go, and then start that route.
All right. Z, do we have any raid targets? Okay, yeah, you do. You sent them to me. So we got some hardware stuff and potentially Pigeon developer streaming. So here's another thing, actually. I might do a stream like on the weekend or something that's not exploit related. It wouldn't be related to the PS4 stuff. I might do a stream about some PCB design though, because I've been getting back interested in that. And like I'm really shit at it. Like if an electrical engineer looked at my PCBs, they would probably like spit, but I think it would be a fun experience to try going through that process and maybe streaming it, showing how bad I am at it, and maybe if I'm lucky, maybe an electrical engineer or two can come into the stream and we can like work through it. I think that would be really fun. It would be a nice break from the security stuff, and I think that would be fun to do on the on stream. So I'm not 100% certain if I'll be doing that yet, but if I do, I'll let you guys know. I might do a stream like that on the weekend. With that in mind, because I love hardware and think it's really cool, we're gonna raid you guys over to somebody that's doing some hardware work. They're doing like soldering and learning to solder. According to Z, they're also doing some stuff with like USB-C ports and hidden pins. It sounds like a lot of cool stuff. So that's Fast Fair Repair. So we'll raid you guys over to them. Z, I think you've got that. They know how to solder for sure. All right. So yeah, we're gonna be raiding over to them, and then we'll see you guys sometime next week. If not, if I might do the PCB design stream. So yeah, enjoy that. I'll head over to the BRB screen while the raid's happening, and take care.